Ladies and gentlemen, the Alabama Senate will now come to order. Our prayer today will be delivered by Bishop George Crenshaw of the Alabama-Florida Episcopal District of the AME Zion Church. Bishop Crenshaw is a member of the Phi Alpha fraternity and is a guest of Senator Smitherman, Senator Hatchard, and Senator Stewart.
Let us pray. Dear God, we thank you for this day and including us in it. We thank you for your divine love and protection that sustains us regardless of societal disruptions and financial insecurities. Thank you, dear God, for the gift of government. We pray that you will direct the hearts and mind of every person elected. Please give every elected officer divine discernment and the spirit of providential care. May the service given to our brothers and sisters reflect our love for you. We particularly thank you for the oldest and coldest fraternity in the history of humankind, Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. May every Alpha man continue to be guided by the eternal principles of manly deeds and scholarship. Please bless this hallowed place, and may every senator be guided by your word. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Today, the pledge will be led by Senator Stewart.
Attention, salute, pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Allen, Mr. Barfoot, Mr. Beasley, Mr. Bell, Mr. Butler, Mr. Carnley, Mr. Chambliss, Mr. Chasteen, Ms. Coleman Madison, Mr. Elliott, Ms. Figures, Mr. Gavan, Mr. Gudger, Mr. Hatcher, Mr. Hovey, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kitchens, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Melson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Reed, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shellnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have 26 senators present, which is a quorum. The Senate is ready to transact business.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move that we excuse absent senators.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move that we dispense with the reading of the journal from the previous legislative day and that we adopt said journal.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. All right, do House messages, please.
Report from the Committee on Conference. We, the Committee on Conferees, appointed to reconcile the difference between the two houses concerning Senate Bill number 252, have met, considered the matter, and agreed to the attached conference committee substitute. Respectfully submitted. Senators Reed, Stewart, and Chambliss, conferees on the part of the Senate. Representatives Shedd, Lawrence, and Witt, conferees on the part of the House.
Mr. President.
Senator Reed.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this conference committee was on the legislation that I brought to this body on the Growth Alliance that's part of the Working for Alabama. And a little bit of back and forth in the House, there was an issue to where it was eliminated that members of this board would have to be subjected to the ethics law. I was not in support of that, and so we've gone to a conference committee to where now those members of that board on the Growth Alliance board are going to be subjected to the ethics commission, as well as have to fill out a statement of economic interest. So we returned that back to the bill that was in an earlier amendment that was taken out. That's the only change that we have, and that's the report from the conference committee. So with that, Mr. President, I would make a motion that we would accept the conference committee. Maybe we need to call the long roll.
Yes, sir. All right.
Long roll.
Okay, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman-Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
Twenty-seven ayes, 0 nays. The Senate concurs on the conference committee. Thank you, Senator Reed. Secretary, call the next House message.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has amended, as therein shown and is amended, has passed the following Senate bill and returns same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 122, relating to the Alabama Sunset Law, Board of Electrical Contractors. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Senator Kelly? Or Senator Reed?
Senator Kelly.
Senator Kelly.
This is your legislation.
Yes, I move that we concur.
All right. What was your motion? To concur?
Motion to concur.
Using the previous roll.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton.
No, you said non-concur, correct?
Non-concur.
Yeah, non-concur. Right. And go to conference was his motion.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, non-concurring. I just want to make sure we had it right on the board. Non-concur and go to conference.
Yes, sir.
That's what I thought. All right, and use the previous roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
All right, 28 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate non-concurs and goes to conference. The conferees are Senator Kelly, Senator Elliott, Senator Singleton. All right, Secretary, call the next House message.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has received the accompanying message from Her Excellency the Governor proposing an amendment to the bill, House Bill number 275, relating to indigent defense. Ladies and gentlemen, I received House Bill 275 and believe that it should be amended. As enrolled and presented to me, House Bill 275 would increase rates paid to counsel for indigent individuals in many contexts, but it would decrease rates paid to counsel for indigent individuals who are the subject of involuntary commitment proceedings. I believe that the rate paid to such counsel should not be decreased. For this reason and the request of the bill sponsor, I'm returning House Bill 275 to you, the body in which it originated, without my signature and with the below executive amendment. Adoption of the above proposed executive amendment will remove my objection to this bill. Respectfully submitted, Governor Kay Ivey.
I forgot last week.
And the House has concurred in and adopted the amendment proposed by Her Excellency the Governor to that bill, House Bill 275, by a vote of the majority of those voting, said vote being yeas 101, nays 1, abstentions 1. Said bill, House Bill 275, together with the executive amendment, is herewith sent to the Senate for its consideration. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President.
Senator Reed.
Mr. President, I make a motion that we concur with the House message using previous role. That's my colleague.
Senator Smitherman, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good to see you.
Can somebody tell me what it is I'm being asked to concur on? Anybody?
Yeah, do you want to read the title to him? He came in late. Can you read that to him again?
Say what now?
Indigent defense. Do you want to read that real quick, the title for him? Just, yeah, he came in late. Can you read that one more time?
Ladies and gentlemen, I received House Bill 275 and believe that it should be amended as enrolled and presented to me. House Bill 275 would increase rates paid to counsel for indigent individuals in many contexts, but it would decrease rates paid to counsel for indigent individuals who are the subject of involuntary commitment proceedings. I believe that the rate paid to such counsel should not be decreased. For this reason and at the request of the bill sponsor.
Mr. President, he can cease with the reading if
okay.
I make the request. Yeah, I just need to know what the bill was about. I understand, and I understand what the House did on this bill, so I'm okay.
All right,
okay.
so we have a motion to concur using previous roll. Is that correct? All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
President, I'd like to be added on the roll.
Mr. Albritton.
All right.
Mr. Williams.
Yeah. 29 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate concurs on House Bill 275. Thanks, Senator Reed. Secretary, call the next message.
Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 453 by Representative Mooney relating to crimes and offenses is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Energy. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 390 by Representative Crawford relating to medical cannabis is referred to the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. That's bad handwriting. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 441 by Representative Garrett relating to the Growing Alabama Act is referred to the Committee on Finance, Taxation, Education. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 269 by Representative Colvin and Woods relating to sales and use taxes or lease and rental taxes is referred to the Committee on Finance, Taxation, Education. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 278 by Representative DuBose relating to public K-12 education is referred to the Committee on Education Policy. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 298 by Representative Rafferty relating to sales and use taxes is referred to the Committee on Finance, Taxation, Education. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. The House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 326 by Representative Keel relating to the entertainment industry is referred to the Committee on Finance, Taxation, Education. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 165 by Representative Brown and others relating to vaccines is referred to the Judiciary Committee. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 409 by Representative Hill relating to district attorneys is referred to the Judiciary Committee. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the Senate 39 by Representative Baker and others relating to public K-12 education is referred to the Committee on Education Policy. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 385 by Representative Mooney and others relating to crimes and offenses is referred to the Committee on Children and Youth Health. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 479 by Representative Reynolds and others regarding supplemental appropriations is referred to the Committee on Finance, Taxation, General Fund. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 474 by Representatives Treadaway and Carnes regarding motor vehicles is referred to the Committee on Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 360 by Representative Bedsole relating to physicians is referred to the Committee on Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and as amended has passed the following Senate bill and returns the same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 266 by Senator Livingston and others relating to motor vehicles. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
I move we concur with the House amendment.
All right, would you like to use previous roll?
Previous roll, yes, sir.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate concurs on Senate Bill 266. Thanks, Senator Livingston. All right, Secretary, call the next House message.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and as amended has passed the following Senate bill and returns same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 23 relating to food products by Senator Williams. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
I can concur with their amendment in a previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Senate concurs on Senate Bill 23. Secretary, call next House message.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and as amended has passed the following Senate bill and returns same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 128 by Senator Melson relating to the Alabama Department of Public Health. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President.
Senator Melson.
What they did on these changes is they corrected it. We had a simple request for somebody that was the governor, lieutenant governor, pro tem, and the speaker. Only one of them could make a request on the actions of the health officer. They made it where it would be a majority, so 3 out of 4 would do it. And then they put diversity language in. That's all they did. So I'd like to concur with the House.
Using previous roll?
Previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The
Thank you,
Senate concurs. Thanks, Senator Melson. All right, Secretary, call the next House message.
Message from the Governor. Senate confirmation number 121, appointing Randy Owen to the Jacksonville State University Board of Trustees, is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the Governor. Senate confirmation number 122, appointing Eric Franklin to the Board of Heating, Air Conditioning, and Refrigeration Contractors, is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. From the Lieutenant Governor, Senate confirmation number 123, appointing William J. Lipscomb to the Alabama Firefighters Personnel Standards and Education Commission is referred to the Committee on Confirmations.
That concludes House messages. Now move on to committee reports. Secretary, call the first committee.
From the Committee on Finance and Taxation Education, Senate Bill number 169 receives a favorable report with one amendment by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays. From the Committee on Finance and Taxation Education, House Bill number 144 receives a favorable report with substitute by a vote of 16 ayes and 0 nays. From Finance and Taxation Education, House Bill number 145 receives a favorable report with substitute by a vote of 16 ayes and 0 nays. From Finance and Taxation Education, House Bill number 146 receives a favorable report by a vote of 15 ayes and 0 nays. From Finance and Taxation Education, House Bill number 147 receives a favorable report with substitute by a vote of 15 ayes and 0 nays. From Finance and Taxation Education, House Bill number 148 receives a favorable report by a vote of 15 ayes and 0 nays. From the Committee on Finance and Taxation Education, House Bill number 149 receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 abstentions. From Finance and Taxation Education, House Bill number 150 receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 abstentions. From the Committee on Finance and Taxation Education, House Bill number 163 receives a favorable report by a vote of 12 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 abstentions.
These bills received a second read and be placed on the calendar for the next legislative day. Secretary, call next committee.
From the Committee on Confirmations, Senate Confirmation number 70, appointing Shane Spiller to the Alabama Commission on Higher Education, receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate confirms Shane Spiller to the Alabama Commission on Higher Education using previous role with no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Shane Spiller is confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation number 69, appointing Terry Welch to the Alabama Commission on Higher Education, receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays.
I move that the Senate confirms Terry Welch to the Alabama Commission on Higher Education using previous role with no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate confirms Terry Welch. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmations, Senate Confirmation number 54, appointing O'Neill Caton to the Alabama Manufactured Housing Commission, receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays.
Senator Weaver.
I move that the Senate confirms O'Neill Caton to the Manufactured Housing Commission using previous role with no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The O'Neill-Caton is confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation number 36, appointing Lakeisha Cohill to the State Course of Study Committee, Fine Arts, receives a favorable report by a vote of 10 ayes and 0 nays.
Senator Weaver.
Move that the Senate confirms Lakeisha Cohill to the State Courses of Study Committee using previous rule. No objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Lakeisha Cohill is confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation number 37, appointing Michelle Hampf to the State Course of Study Committee, Fine Arts, receives a favorable report by a vote of 10 ayes and 0 nays.
I move that the Senate confirms Michelle Hampf to the State Courses of Study Committee using previous rule. No objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Michelle Hamp's confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation number 41, appointing Kevin King to the State Course of Study Committee, Fine Arts, receives a favorable report by a vote of 10 ayes and 0 nays.
Move that the Senate confirms Kevin King to the State Courses of Study Committee, Fine Arts, using previous rule. No objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Kevin King is confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmations, Senate Confirmation number 38, appointing Kristen Law to the State Course of Study Committee, Fine Arts, receives a favorable report by a vote of 10 ayes and 0 nays.
Move that the Senate confirms Kristen Law to the State Courses of Study Committee, Fine Arts, using previous rule. No objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
32 ayes, 0 nays. Kristen Law is confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation number 39, appointing Dana Marie Limmer to the State Course of Study Committee, Fine Arts, receives a favorable report by a vote of 10 ayes and 0 nays.
Make a motion that Senate confirms Dana Marie Limmer to the State Courses of Study Committee, Fine Arts, using previous rule. No objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. Dana Marie Limmer is confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation number 40, appointing Karen Mockensturm to the State Course of Study Committee, Fine Arts, receives a favorable report by a vote of 10 ayes and 0 nays.
Senator Weaver.
Make a motion that the Senate confirms Karen Mockensturm to the State Courses of Study Committee, Fine Arts, using previous rule. No objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. Karen Mockensturm is confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmations, Senate Confirmation number 42, appointing Stefan Passmore to the State Course of Study Committee, Fine Arts, receives a favorable report by a vote of 10 ayes and 0 nays.
Senator Weaver.
Move the Senate confirms Stefan Passmore to the State Courses of Study Committee, Fine Arts, using previous rule. No objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. Stefan Passmore is confirmed. This concludes confirmations. Thanks, Senator Weaver. All right, Secretary, call next committee.
Mr. President, like a moment of personal privilege.
Yeah, you're recognized.
I'd like to have this resolution read for Phi Alpha Day, if possible. Many of them have had to leave because it was late in the day.
Can we? Yeah. What do you? Yeah, normally we do that in motions and resolutions, but we'll go ahead and let it be read. Okay, that's fine. It's just since it's just a point of personal privilege. All right.
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Resolution.
I'll let him read it real quick. Is that fine?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very good.
Resolution recognizing April 30th, 2024 as Alpha Phi Alpha Day at the state capitol by Senators Stewart, Hatcher, and Smitherman. Whereas Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, the first intercollegiate Greek letter fraternity established for African Americans, was founded at Cornell University in Ithaca, New York on December 4th, 1906 by Henry Arthur Callis, Charles Henry Chapman, Eugene Kinkle Jones, George Biddle Kelly, Nathaniel Allison Murray, Robert Harold Ogle, and Vertner Woodson Tandy, known as the Jules, who recognized the need for a strong bond of brotherhood among African descendants in this country. And whereas Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated for 117 years has been a beacon of light to the community by standing true to its aims on manly deeds, scholarship, and love for all mankind. And whereas Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated has produced over 200,000 members that were inducted into 706 college and alumni chapters in the United States, Europe, Asia, and the Caribbean. And whereas Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated continues to make a difference in our society through the fraternity's national programs of civic outreach initiatives, which accumulate over 1 million hours of community service, produced $2.5 million in scholarships, and has registered thousands of American citizens to participate in the voting process. And whereas the 16th annual Alpha Day at the Capitol convenes under the leadership of Alabama District Director Michael Raynard Mayberry and District Deputy Director Kevin T. Wallace Sr., representing 32 chapters across the state of Alabama. Now therefore be it resolved by the Senate of the Legislature of Alabama that the members of this body commend Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated and the Alabama District chapters for their outstanding contributions to the nation and the state of Alabama, and recognize April 30th, 2024 as Alpha Phi Alpha Day at the state capitol. Signed, Patrick Harris, Secretary of the Senate, and Will Ainsworth, Lieutenant Governor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah.
And Alfred Lambert, who is also a frat brother.
Oh, fantastic.
Well.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. We're in the middle of committee. All right. Recognize. All right. Let me first, before we go on, recognize some special guests in the gallery. The guest of Senator Jones. When I call your name, if y'all could please stand. Abby Hodges, Stephen Blaylock, and Megan Blaylock. If y'all could please stand. Welcome to the Alabama Senate. All right. Secretary, call next committee.
From the Committee on County and Municipal Government, House Bill number 418 receives a favorable report by a vote of 4 ayes and 0 nays. From the Committee on County and Municipal Government, House Bill number 317 receives a favorable report by a vote of 4 ayes and 0 nays.
These bills received a second read and be placed on the calendar for next legislative day. Secretary, call next committee.
From the Committee on Veterans and Military Affairs, House Bill number 347 receives a favorable report by a vote of 6 ayes and 0 nays. From the Committee on Veterans and Military Affairs, Senate Bill number 342 receives a favorable report by a vote of 6 ayes and 0 nays.
These bills received a second read and be placed on the calendar for next legislative day. Secretary, call next committee.
From the Committee on Local Legislation, House Bill number 231 receives a favorable report. From the Committee on Local Legislation, House Bill number 311 receives a favorable report. From the Committee on Local Legislation, House Bill number 457, with notice and proof, receives a favorable report. From the Committee on Local Legislation, House Bill number 455, with notice and proof, receives a favorable report. From the Committee on Local Legislation, House Bill number 445 receives a favorable report. From the Committee on Local Legislation, House Bill number 446 receives a favorable report. From the Committee on Local Legislation, House Bill number 447 receives a favorable report. From the Committee on Local Legislation, House Bill number 444 receives a favorable report. From Local Legislation, House Bill number 96 receives a favorable report. From Local Legislation, House Bill number 462 receives a favorable report. From Local Legislation, House Bill number 454 receives a favorable report. From Local Legislation, Senate Bill number 341 receives a favorable report. From Local Legislation, Senate Bill number 340 receives a favorable report.
These bills have received their second reading and will be placed on the calendar for the next legislative day. This concludes committee reports. Now move on to motions and resolutions. Senator Allen, you're recognized.
Mr. President, have an SJR for rules.
Desk receive and read the SJR.
Thank you.
Senate Joint Resolution number 75 by Senator Allen commemorating the 40th anniversary of the Alabama Indian Affairs Commission is referred to the Committee on Rules.
Any other motions and resolutions? All right, we'll move on to local bills. Secretary, call the first local bill. Uncontested local bill.
On page 6 of the calendar, House Bill number 94 by Representative Stubbs relating to Elmore County. BR pending.
Senator Chambliss.
Mr. President, I move the BIR using the previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 6 of the calendar, House Bill number 94 by Representative Stubbs relating to Elmore County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. HB 94 receives its final passage. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 7 of the calendar, House Bill number 53 by Representative Keel relating to Franklin County. BIR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BIR using previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. Secretary, call the bill. Good.
On page 7 of the calendar, House Bill number 53 by Representative Keel relating to Franklin County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. HB 53 receives its third reading. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 7 of the calendar, House Bill number 84 by Representative Estes relating to Marion County. BIR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BIR using previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 7 of the calendar, House Bill number 84 by Representative Estes relating to Marion County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. HB 84 receives its third reading. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 7 of the calendar, House Bill number 85 by Representative Estes relating to Marion County, BR pending.
Senator Chambliss.
Mr. President, I move BR using previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 7 of the calendar, House Bill number 85 by Representative Estes relating to Marion County.
Mr. President, I move to carry this bill over to the call of the chair.
All right, any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered. Bill's carried over. To the call of the chair. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 11 of the calendar, House Bill number 213 by Representative Keel relating to Colbert County, BR pending.
Mr. President, I move BR using previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. Secretary, call the bill.
Page 11 of the calendar, House Bill number 213 by Representative Keel relating to Colbert County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using the previous rule.
Any objection?
Hold on.
Oh, we have a committee amendment.
Yeah, it's not showing up. No, it's fine. We're on 213.
Mr. President, I move final passage using the previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Yes, passage. Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. HB 213 receives its third reading. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 26 of the calendar, House Bill number 107 by Representatives Klaus and Paramore, a proposed constitutional amendment relating to Dale County, BR pending.
Mr. President, I move BR using previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 26 of the calendar, House Bill number 107 by Representatives Klaus and Paramore, a proposed constitutional amendment relating to Dale County.
Chairman Chambliss.
Mr. President, I move final passage using previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. Now we have the certification resolution.
Mr. President, I move certification using previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. The certification resolution is adopted. Secretary, call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 26 of the calendar, House Bill number 109 by Representative Klaus and others, a proposed constitutional amendment relating to Houston County, BR pending.
Senator Chambliss.
Mr. President, I move the BR using previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 26 of the calendar, House Bill number 109 by Representative Klaus and others, a proposed constitutional amendment relating to Houston County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using the previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. Bill's adopted. Now the certification resolution.
Mr. President, I move certification using previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
All right. 34 ayes, no nays. Certification resolution is adopted. Secretary, call the next bill on the special order calendar. Or excuse me, on the next local bill.
On page 27 of the calendar, House Bill number 114 by Representative Standridge regarding Blount County. BR pending.
Senator Chambliss.
Mr. President, I move the BR using the previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 27 of the calendar, House Bill number 114 by Representative Standridge regarding Blount County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using the previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. HB 114 receives its final passage. Secretary, call the next local bill.
On page 27 of the calendar, House Bill number 115 by Representative Standridge regarding Blount County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BR using the previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. Secretary, call the bill.
Mr. President.
On page 27 of the calendar, House Bill number 115 by Representative Standridge regarding Blount County.
Senator Smitham, would you like to be recognized?
Well, if he, I want to be recognized, but if he want to be recognized first, I don't mind. I'm going to try and take over what he doing.
You want to make your motion, Senator Chambliss?
Senator, you want me to make a motion or you want to dialogue?
No, I'm trying to find out how many of these bills we got to do.
About 25 more.
We going to sit there and do all 25 of them right now? That's the plan?
Unless somebody has a better plan.
Unless, Senator, we're going by regular order right now, so.
Oh, okay. Well, let's we probably need to slow down a little bit. Just a little bit. You know, we got, 5 more days in there, ain't we? Yeah, I'm telling y'all. I'm worried about them little booger bears. There's some bears that's out there. And I'm worried about them. I just want to make that clear. So I don't want to rush through this day like that. I thought we were going to hit that calendar and do our thing, but if we got to go through 30 before we get to the calendar, I think we need to kind of slow down. So you can recognize him, and I'll just ask to speak a little bit. We'll just talk a little bit on each one of them, you know. So it's back. Has he made a motion yet or something?
No. Okay. All right, I'll recognize Senator Chambliss for a motion.
If I might, I'm going to yield to the senator here, and we'll have a little conversation if that's okay.
Sure.
Senator Carnley, you recognized.
All right, yeah, let's talk about HB 115 here. So, Mr. President, this is related to Blount County to provide annual salary of the members of the county commission, not including the chair, to provide that the annual salary shall be the total compensation of members of the county commission, to repeal any prior expense allowances provided to the members of the county commission, not including the chair, providing an expense allowance for the members of the county commission, and repeal certain other acts superseded by this act. So, you know, this is local bill here for Blount County, and as a former county commissioner, you know, these are important issues, and I'm going to keep on. You know, and making sure that we compensate our elected officials, but also make sure that we're keeping it on par with what's going on around us. Do you want to speak, sir?
Could I be Could I be recognized to
Mr.
dialogue?
Smitherman, you're recognized for
The dialogue with him.
I yield to my
Okay.
senator.
What's the official thing I got to do? I see you getting some guidance over there, so I'm listening to the guidance, so I'll know. I'll be on sync with the guidance over there. So
I was asking some guidance on uncontested local bill, unrelated.
Oh, y'all go on in. I ain't gonna get in y'all business. I thought it was pertaining to me here. Let me, Senator.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. Y'all go.
No, you're good. Go
Y'all
ahead.
go right on. I'm okay till y'all get through.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, let me say this, and I know I know that it's I can understand how people would possibly feel. You know, we got 5 more days. Is that it? This the fifth?
After today, we'll have 4.
Yeah, but just always remember this: 125 in 2.5 hours.
Is that your record?
That's the place record in here for passing local bills. Okay, in 2.5 hours.
2.5.
Yeah, so don't worry.
Yeah.
That's a message to everybody. Don't worry. Everything is gonna be passed. But we just ain't gonna rush.
There you go.
Yeah, we got 4 more days in here. No. You ever heard that little saying when you were growing up? Idle mind is the devil's playpen. See, we finish all this kind of stuff, then the devil playpen kick in, somebody go reach and get some old crazy bill, you know, and it's something out there, you know. I'm telling you, I look at everything that comes up here and I just kind of read them, and I ain't gonna say what it is, but we got several, and just thank God, you know, they didn't come from this direction. That's all I'm gonna say. So we had to deal with them, okay? It ain't no companion up here, and nothing like. And so, you know, you have to have you know, I'm trying to save y'all from being put on the spot.
We appreciate it.
See, if we didn't have other things, then you get put on the spot, then you might be forced to have to address it. So I'm trying to give y'all help, so you won't have to be forced to deal with these booger bears. You see what I mean?
Yes, sir.
It's enough conversation that we can be had on about 15 or 20 of these that cut out the necessity to.
What session number is this for you? I mean, how many have you been through?
Well, I've been here since '94.
Okay, so let's see, 20.
That's right, we came in the same time. And I'm gonna tell them about our class too.
If you've been through that many, I know you've got the experience and you've seen it happen before, where these booger bears, as you call them,
oh yeah,
jump up and bite you and weren't expecting it.
That's it. That's the point. And it's not because we're in the minority neither. I mean, it was like I've been at this mic, and the former Senator Bedford has been at that mic, and we was in the same party. And I was having to do the same thing because he was gonna bring a few little bears. Some folks that have bears, they feel compelled that they got to bring. And so, and the senators back there from Tuscaloosa, yeah, hey, I'm gonna tell them what we did. We were a renegade group. It was 12 of us, 12 new senators coming in at the same time. And let me tell you what we did. We changed, you dealing with it right now, we changed the threshold from write-ins. It used to be 1% of the voters. We changed it all the way up to 5%. And then the Governor James called us over there, he said, let's split the baby down the middle. He said, let's do 5. I mean, let's do 3. And that's what we are right now, it's 3%. But our class did it. It had nothing to do with party. All 12 of us, we had our own caucus, the 12 caucus. Yeah, and Senator Allen was in it, I was in it, and Clay out of Tuskegee was in it. We had several folks in it. Yeah.
Amazing to me that Senator Allen was, what'd you call him, renegade? Going rogue on the floor. So I was trying to add this up. He's been here 30 years. 30 sessions, so interesting to hear his perspective on this and how things can happen and kind of the methodology behind it. So glad to glean from his time here and his expertise. And 30 years is that's a lot of sessions to sit through and to see and to learn by experience. I was always taught to learn from somebody else's experience rather than having to create your own, and so I appreciate, learning from you, being, sitting in front of you. You've always been kind to take time, and when I'd ask a question to explain, I'd say, why'd you do that? And you would, take time to explain it. And for me, learning rules is really, it's better, I can read them, but until we actually do them and see them, fleshed out, that's when it really makes sense to me. So, I appreciate you always taking time and like an elementary school teacher and saying, this is why I do it. Senator Singleton's always been really good, too, to help me out, so I appreciate you guys.
Well, you're more than welcome, and I know what you mean when you say that, because my little nudge I got was with Boys State. Boys State, when they come down here, I for 6 years I got a chance. I'm gonna yield back to you in just a second. For 6 years, I got a chance to work with the kids who wanted to be senators. And the biggest thrill I got, the last year I did, was the first year that I was a senator. And the kids, I don't mean fighting with their fists, but the kids were pushing and shoving, because I had 35 of them, by the way. And then plus we had Mark, Lieutenant Governor, and Mark, Secretary. Yeah. But all of them was pushing and shoving when they came in here, because they said they wanted to sit in my seat. I didn't care which one, but all of them. Well, I'm gonna yield back to you and let you take care of your business, with your local bill. Okay. And I appreciate you dialoguing with me.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you taking time to talk to us. Senator Chambliss, I know we've got some, continue to do some local legislation, but, he mentioned Boys State. Mr. President, request to move final passage on HB 115 using previous row.
Any objection? Hear none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. HB 115 receives its final passage. Secretary, call the next local bill.
Okay. On page 27 of the calendar, House Bill number 179 by Representatives Standridge and Shedd regarding Blount County. BR pending.
Senator Carnley.
So this HB 115, you want BR?
Yep.
Let me go ahead with the BR. Okay. All right. So 179, this is Blount County. Is this dealing with the county commission again? Have you got a copy of it there? Town of Hayden. All right. Who's in Blount County? Is that? Who is? Are you Shellnut? Where's Hayden at? Okay. So this is your bill here. Learning a little bit about Hayden and Blount County here. Boundary lines for the town. Rearrange and extend the boundary lines for Hayden. Boundary lines for the town. Rearrange and extend the boundary lines for Hayden. Understood where they were moving them and why?
I think everybody around there wants to be in the city. It's just a great place to be. So
they got good services like fire and police.
And it's all relative.
What's it close to? What town? What bigger town?
Hayden close to?
Yeah.
It's close to Warrior, the big city of Warrior.
Okay. Yeah. It's a good river.
You ever heard of Warrior, Alabama?
I have.
Okay.
I have. You had a bill not too long ago about that, right?
I did.
Yeah.
The farm center's not going to be too far from Hayden.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's going to be
interesting. Good project up there for your district. And
you can come by and
maybe
visit.
one day we can get some of those done in southeast Alabama in that wiregrass area. That'd be a good place to have.
I'll be for that.
You would?
That sounds like a good idea.
I would appreciate you supporting, since I supported your bill there.
Thank you for that.
But Do they have pickleball in Hayden?
I don't think they do. No pickleball courts.
Might be
that I know
something
of.
you could get started up there. You're a pretty avid pickleball player, right?
They got a lot in Gardendale and Coleman, Alabama, you know, so it's kind of between Gardendale and Coleman, so they can go both directions.
What would you estimate the pickleball population is in the state of Alabama right
I have no idea.
I mean, we were talking about it at lunch, and you were saying how much it had grown, and
There's about 5 million people in Alabama, aren't there?
that's right, a little over
I
5.
think there's about 4.9 pickleball players.
4.9 million. It's a lot of pickleball. We need a lot more courts then. Maybe you could get some for Hayden up there.
Hey,
Help them
I'll
get
be
going.
for that.
Yeah. So,
They got a lot of other issues, though, that we're working on right now.
are you? So you're supportive of this local legislation?
I am
assume,
supportive.
Since it's on the calendar.
I guess so,
Gotcha.
since it popped up here.
So this is Blount County. What's Blount County's population roughly? Do you know? I mean, I'm trying to
I think
think
it's
what
about-
it's comparable with.
I think it's about 69,000.
Okay. So it's
Somewhere around
growing.
there, give or take.
Getting a lot of folks from out of Birmingham or kind of going out to that rural area, buying a little piece of country and having a little farmette.
Hey, land was selling like hotcakes when COVID came around.
Yeah.
Everybody was wanting to get out, get them a little piece of land so they could farm and get away from the big city. So we had a lot of people from all over the country coming.
It's a good way of life. Good, get away from the rush. And
Did you have that same thing going on in your area when COVID hit?
yeah, I mean, we had people. We're pretty rural anyway, so I mean, most people already lived out in the country, and it's a good time to kind of get away and get back to the roots.
Did you have a lot of people from across the country coming, buying up land like we did?
I don't know that we probably had it as bad as you guys. Now, we had a lot of people passing through on their way to the beach. I think that's the area that really kind of took the hit from COVID. Folks were, realized when they could work remote and they could look out their window and see the beach. I think a lot of people would pass through us to get down there. So we deal with the byproduct, which is the traffic, and hopefully we can catch some of that revenue on the way to the beach. We get a lot of tags from North Alabama passing through Birmingham and Jefferson County. I don't know what the tag number is for Blount County. You'll have to tell me that one.
Don't ask me that. I think it's.
Come on now. You got to know your tags for your counties up there. What is it?
I think it's 8.
Is it 8? Okay, yeah, because Bullock County.
Senator Kitchens knows.
There you
it's
go.
8.
Not in his district, but he knows the tag number. There you go.
It is. He represents Blount
somebody
County
knows,
also.
knows their tags, Used to, people had those little campaign things that had the tag numbers for each county, and I try to keep up with them and figure it out. Oh, Lord. All right, you ready? Mr. President, request the passage of the BR using previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 27 of the calendar, House Bill number 179 by Representative Standridge regarding Blount County.
Mr. President, move for final passage of HB 179 using previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, no nays. HB 179 receives its third reading. Secretary, call the next uncontested local bill.
On page 54 of the calendar, House Bill number 353 by Representative Underwood regarding Colbert County, BIR pending.
Senator Chambliss.
Mr. President, I move the BIR using previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, no nays. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 54 of the calendar, House Bill 353 by Representative Underwood regarding Colbert County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, no nays. HB 353 receives its third reading. Secretary, call the next uncontested local bill.
On page 57 of the calendar, House Bill number 58 by Representative Estes regarding Lamar County, BR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BR, use the previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, no nays. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 57 of the calendar, House Bill number 58 by Representative Estes regarding Lamar County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, no nays. HB 58 receives its third reading. Secretary, call the next uncontested local bill.
On page 75 of the calendar, House Bill number 170 by Representative Oliver regarding the town of Jackson's Gap in Tallapoosa County, BR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BR, use the previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, no nays. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 75 of the calendar, House Bill number 170 by Representative Oliver regarding Tallapoosa County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, no nays. HB 170 receives its third reading. Secretary, call the next uncontested local bill.
On page 76 of the calendar, House Bill number 40 by Representative Pettis, a proposed constitutional amendment relating to Lauderdale County, BR pending.
Mr. President, I move BR, using previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, no nays. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 76 of the calendar, House Bill number 40 by Representative Pettis, a proposed constitutional amendment relating to Lauderdale County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
Okay. 32 ayes, 1 nay. The constitutional amendment's adopted. Now the certification resolution.
Mr. President, I move certification using the previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Better call one roll.
Robert. Switch him down.
Y'all finished? Okay. Oh, no, I'm just looking.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, no nays. Certification resolution is adopted. Secretary, call the next uncontested local bill.
On page 76 of the calendar, House Bill number 252 by Representative Pettis relating to Lauderdale County, BR pending.
Mr. President, move the BR, use the previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, no nays. BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 76 of the calendar, House Bill number 252 by Representative Pettis and others regarding Lauderdale County.
Senator Chambliss.
Mr. President, move final passage using previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, no nays. HB 252 receives its third reading. Secretary, call the next uncontested local bill.
Mr. President?
On page...
Oh, you got one more? Okay, I'm sorry.
On page 76 of the calendar, House Bill number 319 by Representative Oliver regarding Tallapoosa County, BR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BR using previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, no nays. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 76 of the calendar, House Bill number 319 by Representative Oliver regarding Tallapoosa County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, no nays. HB 319 receives its final passage. This concludes local bills, uncontested local bills.
Mr. President.
Senator Singleton.
Mr. President, I'd like to have unanimous consent to introduce a bill out of order.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr.
President. Receive the bill.
Mr. President. Okay.
Senate Bill number 345 by Senators Singleton and Smitherman relating to state holidays is referred to the Committee on County and Municipal Government.
All right. Senator Singleton.
Mr. President, ask for unanimous consent to introduce a bill out of order.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, desk read and receive the bill.
Senate Bill number 346 by Senator Singleton regarding the Department of Senior Services is referred to the Health Care Committee.
Mr. President.
Senator Singleton.
Unanimous consent to introduce a local bill out of order.
Any objection? All right, desk read and receive the bill.
By Senator Singleton regarding Choctaw County is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation with notice and proof.
All right, Senator Williams.
Unanimous consent to introduce out of order.
Asking the unanimous consent to introduce local bill, or a bill, excuse me. Is there any objection? All right, desk read and receive the bill.
Senate Bill number 348 by Senator Williams regarding Mobile County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation, Mobile County.
All right. Thank you, Senator Williams.
Thank you.
Senator Allen.
President, yes, sir. I have a bill, and I move for unanimous consent, please, sir.
All right, unanimous consent to introduce a bill. Any objection? All right, desk read and receive the bill.
Senate Bill number 349 by Senator Allen relating to teacher endorsements is referred to the Committee on Education Policy.
Okay, thank you, Senator Allen. Senator Singleton?
Hear me talk, I'm good.
All right. Senator Wagner?
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
have a report from the Committee on Rules.
Desk, read and receive the report.
From the Committee on Rules, Senate Resolution Number 76, Special Order Calendar. Be it resolved by the Senate of the Legislature of Alabama that immediately upon the adoption of this resolution, the following business in the order set forth below shall be the special and paramount order of business for the 26th legislative day, taking precedence over the regular order of business or any pending or unfinished business. On page 63 of the calendar, Senate Bill Number 297 by Senator Melson regarding precious metal bullion. On page 47, Senate Bill 304 by Senator Carnley regarding pardons and paroles. On page 69, House Bill 345 by Representative Simpson regarding crimes and offenses. On page 72, Senate Bill Number 328 by Senator Wagner regarding community development districts. On page 71, House Bill 329 by Representative Robertson and others regarding Jacksonville State University. On page 45, Senate Bill 321 by Senator Barfoot regarding crimes and offenses. On page 62, House Bill 380 by Representative Lovern regarding taxation and revenue. On page 31, Senate Bill 284 by Senator Hovey regarding public education. On page 12, House Bill 81 by Representative Treadaway regarding pardons. On page 73 of the calendar, Senate Bill Number 331 by Senator Hatcher and others regarding the Growing Alabama Act. On page 34, Senate Bill 274 by Senator Jones regarding the state auditor. On page 65, Senate Bill 337 by Senator Albritton regarding appropriations. On page 8, House Bill Number 46 by Representative Moore regarding volunteer rescue squads. On page 23, Senate Bill 226 by Senator Allen regarding motor vehicles. On page 59, House Bill Number 335 by Representative Hill regarding tax lien auctions and sales. And on page 9, Senate Bill Number 135 by Senator Jones and others regarding veterans.
Senator Wagner.
Mr. President, move adoption of
Mr. President.
the report from the Committee on Rules using the previous roll without objection.
All right, we got a motion to adopt. You wish to speak to the motion?
I would.
You reckon?
It seems like we have a little dilemma here in that I think it's about 15 or 16 bills on this calendar. And right now I don't see but one bill on here from the minority side, whether it be House or Senate bill. I don't see any co-companion bills with members on the minority side. I see one bill by the senator from Montgomery. And other than that, I don't see any House members or Senate members or anything. So, you know, we probably just need to kind of talk as we move through this to try to discover what's the glitch in it. I know we got a rules chair that if he's got something to work with, that he generally works with. Thank you for recognizing me. I think we find ourselves in a situation where we are not getting, I don't know if we're not getting bills sent up now at this point because we're in an up and down phase or what, but I would encourage them to, send some of the bills from the minority caucus up if they can, and to get with some of us with some of these other bills to get us to kind of handle them or to talk to us or something. I just take, for instance, to give you an idea of what I'm making reference to, is that there are several bills that came out of the House Judiciary and actually came out by the chairman of the committee. and I've made a formal request for those bills to be considered by the body, and I think that, and of course that's two parties going across the lines trying to find a way to, work together, and I think that that may be an approach in the immediacy for that to take place. I think you saw that with my own self. I think you saw that with Representative Allman, that she and I had worked together on a particular bill. I think you saw on due process that Representative Collins and I did that, and as a result, I moved those House bills because they were in a better position to economic development area. I would encourage or sometimes they call it in the business world a public-private partnership. I would call it a DNR partnership in the legislature, and I'm all for that. So that's why I did that, and I've got a few more I'm gonna request who are necessarily from ours in the House that I really like the bills that they have, and they're good bills. But right now we're dealing with a calendar that just does not, didn't provide enough tools for the rules chair to do anything different than what he's done. And let me say this, since I'm talking about the calendar, it's other than one bill on here where I got a little concern, other than that, the calendar seems to be a pretty good calendar in terms of the issues. But see, sometimes we get carried, we might get carried away in here, and we got 5 more days, and God forbid, I hope that the next 4 doesn't reflect the same thing that this calendar here is reflecting. And that's the case. We don't have a chance to participate or be a part of it. So maybe we need to look at what is the glitch, what is causing that problem. It's not the rules chair, so we don't have to start there. I guess we have to start and see what it is he got to work with, and remember what I said about that is that the good thing about it, the House has been working. I'm gonna give them credit. They have been working down there with our Senate bills. And that motivates me to say that we're gonna make sure that, we work to pass, at least I'm gonna help work to pass everything on this one bill that I got a real serious issue with. But other than that, I'm gonna work to try to get all these through. But we just got to slow it down a little bit, just a little bit, just a little bit. As I looked at the calendar, hey, I'm gonna say it the right way, a little tad, not big, but a little tad. Just slow it down just a little tad. And we all can be comfortable, and because now you all might have a super schedule for this evening, but my little meager schedule, it don't have me going to nothing this evening. Because I don't think anything is scheduled. Not big. It may be some little private meetings that people might have to discuss issues and things of that nature, but not anything that's universal to everybody that we normally have. But I would think that some people would do just the opposite. This would probably be when you would want to have a situation where you could talk to people. And well,
I'll get you the location.
So that's a concern that we have, and like I said, I tell you what I'm gonna do, so you'll know that I recognize what time it is. I didn't get a chance to go by my office because I went down to the conference committee meeting when they did the report on the gaming bill. So when we got through, and I got through all down in that area and everything, it was time for us to come in here. That's why you all saw me coming in here. And then, but actually, really what threw me off too, I went to get some information out of my car, only to be met by 3 people at the door saying that they had work to do to make sure we were secure, and recommended that I possibly not go out there. So when I got through addressing that, that's when I walked in here. And that's where I was able to, when I came in, of course, we were already moving and doing what we were doing. And, you know, and we did well, and we're going to do well this evening. I'm committed to getting through this calendar. I just want everybody to know that. So you don't have to worry. No, I'm not trying to not get through it, but until I get to that one bill, then that's may cause a few problems, but we'll just see how that goes when we get there. I see the, on here, I thought we had passed that first bill on here. I thought we had already passed that. That was in committee when we passed it. I was talking about it. Okay. Well, I'm gonna vote with you. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I'm gonna vote with you. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm gonna vote for the next one, 304. And I think 345 is needed. I mean, you can't be running no drones or around the correctional facilities and all like that unless you authorized to do that. So I think that is a good bill right there. I think the next bill, 328 by the Rules Chair, is a good bill. Very good bill. Very good bill. I gotta go where this is. I see something by the river or something. You know, I'm gonna ask them to tell me what rivers that is, so I make sure I go by there and visit. Oh yeah. In fact, I had someone that was telling me about the Airbnb that they have. They have a few Airbnb, they call it Airbnb, whatever those are, those where you rent the houses. They said they had some up there on Smith Lake, Lake Martin. They said they had some, and then they said they had some on Lake Gunnersville. But the one I saw at Lake Gunnersville was one that had deep in the woods. It wasn't next to the water. I see the Rules Chair been at work. He been at work. Okay. Oh, that's awesome then. That's awesome. And then I see the Judy Chair. He's got one on here, and you know, that's going to be interesting. And I'm going to ask each person when you come up and kind of tell us a little bit about the bill itself. Not just say this bill do, but I'm going to vote. Just kind of then I won't have to ask. Just kind of tell us what these bills do in your own way. Tell us what they do. I won't try to put you on the spot. I see SB 284. It's a public K-12 education dealing with this fentanyl. Man, there's some deadly stuff. God, why? If this stuff is this deadly, why people fool with it? I mean, I just can't understand that. I mean, it's deadly. We're not talking about nothing else, but it's deadly. Then we got a bill in there saying you're ineligible for parole pardon if convicted of sex offenses involving a child. Oh yeah, nah, you ain't ready to be. You can't be pardoned. No, not for that. And let's see, we got another one on here deal with Growing Alabama. Oh, I think that is great. They're growing Alabama. I wonder if we could suspend the rules and you could wear hats in here. You know, then, I mean, if the case, I could wear my growing Alabama hat. That's what I'm talking about. We ain't talking about no crazy hats. You know, it's just hats, period. We talk about a hat that relates to what we doing down here, you know, like that. And it would go on well with this. It's gray. It fits good. In fact, I got a little suit I brought down here that it'll match that suit just as fine. How much time I got on this? Oh, good. Okay. But then we got to have a bill that's dealing with volunteer rescue squads. That's going to be interesting to find out what this bill is going to do in regards to them. And then the SB 337, that's coming from the budget chair. Oh, that's the opioid treatment abatement fund. Now, what I saw, that's why I want to talk to them about it. What I saw was that this appropriation here, all that was going to good places to deal with addictions and things like that. I saw the list. I was impressed. Because, you know, sometimes when you see these, you think that there might be some reason that you've got to use additional funds to do A, B, C, or D. And then a little of it might go to what it needed a designated, not necessarily limited, but has a designation to be used. But in the case of this bill, look like every dime that they spending is spent for that purpose. And so I think that's going to be good. I commend them for that. But now I'll tell you something I see. I see SB 226, and that's a motor vehicle use of motor vehicle equipped with an automated driving system. I mean, it takes courage for you to be out there on the highway and just turn your wheel or loose and be riding all down the road talking about this car gonna turn and do all this. I'm just gonna tell y'all, I ain't your man for that. Now, it might be good to have that for people who drive a long way, like at night, might get sleepy and something like that, because, you know, people always talk, you know, I be talking about little things that happen. Well, I can just tell you, once upon a time in my life, and this was back, where was it? Just with that period between high school and college, because I didn't go to high school college right out of high school. During that period, I was coming back from a social event on back roads, back in like the woods, not the woods, but back roads, and the back roads were like a snake, and they went like that, and I messed around and nodded, and when I went in one of them curves, I didn't come back out the other one, and that car went straight across that field, and there was a small, not major, but a small little river back there, and that car went off the bank, and it went straight into the other side of the bank, and there was a big old tree and a limb, and if it had not died and hit the bank, the limb would have came through and just crushed me. It was sitting right on the windshield. I mean, about that big. It was just sitting there on the windshield. They cracked the windshield, but it didn't break it. It just sat there. And I just sat there. Mind you, the punishment I had was that, you know, back then, you know, you want to be sharp. It was 30-something degrees outside. And I had on one of them little thin, you know, them signature little jackets you zip up with no lining. And I had to walk all the way from there home. And it was probably about, I'm just guessing, it's probably about 6 or 7 miles. Yeah, I had to walk home by myself. 6 or 7. 6, SIX, or 7 miles. I had to walk home. And it was cold. It was cold. I had that happen to me twice. One time, the little studs, you know, that hold your rim on, I had 3 on there. You're supposed to have 4. I had 3, and then one of them broke.
All right, Senator Smithman, time on the calendar has expired. Any objection to using the previous roll?
No, I don't.
All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, no nays. The calendar is adopted. Secretary, call the first bill on the special order calendar.
On page 63 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 297 by Senator Melson regarding precious metal bullion. BIR pending.
Senator Melson.
Hey, Mr. President, I'd like to move the BIR unless there's any discussion using previous row.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, no nays. 34 ayes, no nays. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 63 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 297 by Senator Melson regarding precious metal bullion. Committee substitute pending.
Mr. President.
Senator Melson.
I'd like to adopt the substitute.
All right, first we have to deal with the committee substitute.
Okay, adopt the committee sub. We got it? Okay.
Would you like to use previous roll?
Previous row.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Yeah. Mr. Albritton.
Committee.
Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. Committee substitutes adopted. Senator Melson.
Same ones. Same one. Yes. Can you?
Yes, I can.
Tell me what the amendment did, and then just explain to the body what if you don't mind. Explain to the body what is bullion.
Well, bullion.
Yeah. What is that? What is this? Explain to me what this is. Did I get that right? Bullion. Yeah, bullion. Tell me what that is. See, I'm a little country boy. I don't know about that big money stuff. You know, hey. Now this is not being negative about you when I say this, but see, big doctors, y'all make that big money. Doctors make big money. Lawyers make decent money. Doctors make big money. So y'all can trade in this bullion stuff, whatever it is. So tell us what this is.
Well, this bill just takes like gold, silver, platinum, and palladium and things like that in the form of coins, bars, or rounds, and that's considered bullion. And what this bill does is if you sell it, trade it, it takes away the capital gains and capital losses on your taxes and tries to move it toward being used as currency. You know, the Constitution says that, I can actually tell you Article 1, Section 10, Clause 1 says that gold and silver are legal tenure and are used for payment of debts, but it's hard to when you don't know the actual value because you paid one thing and another. So with inflation, gold, silver, other precious metals go up. You know, good times they go down and the dollar's sound, but days like today with inflation out of control, it's just a good way to pay your debt and have it on hand if you want an alternative to currency. And so what this does, usually people, not you or me, of course, but usually people don't claim a capital gain, but they claim a capital loss so they can get it off on their taxes. This just removes both of those, and it's neutral as far as tax, as far as Alabama tax. So that's why I carried this bill and trying to pass it.
You know, once upon a time, you probably can remember it. I think I remember it. Once upon a time, we used to have our money bagged by the gold standard. You remember that? For every dollar we had a dollar gold stored somewhere. You remember that?
I've heard of it. I know of it.
Yeah. What? Do you have an idea what changed that? Why we just started letting the money float out there on the open market?
I don't know, except that we.
Do you?
Started printing more money than we had gold to back it, and I guess that's why they came off the gold standard.
Say that again.
I just said we started printing more money to meet demands than we had gold, and I think at one time it was illegal to keep gold, and they took it away from the public.
Now, what is the standard of measurements to determine the value of the bullion?
Well,
I mean, you know,
it'd be based on the purity and obviously the quantity. So it would be, you know, the pure obviously is worth more, whatever impurity gets taken out of it. And then you would have, of course, the amount. You know, I can't help it. I enjoy watching Gold Rush. I don't know if you ever watched that TV show or not. But
I didn't.
You never seen that? That's where they go and collect the gold up in the Klondike and Alaska and other places, Yukon. And it's a good show.
Okay. 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 Now, what can you use this bullion for? I mean, because right now it's not our currency. So I mean, what is the value of having it other than?
It's tangible. You can hold it. You can store it. You can put it in safety deposit box and other things. But obviously, you know, the value of stocks go up and down quite frequently. Various factors go pretty much tied to inflation inversely and things like that. So it's just another way to have it and an alternative to pay your debts.
Now, you know, gold, you can, I may not be saying this right. I'm just saying the way I think of it. Gold, you can kind of melt it down and do some other stuff with it. You know, make a bracelet, a necklace, or whatever like that. And does it lose value because you changed the form of the way that it looks?
Well, this would not, no jewelry would be included in this. It would simply be in the bullion form, which is, again, coins or bars or what they call rounds. It wouldn't be, you couldn't get the jewelry. It's, you know, like if you have a heirloom or whatever gold piece of jewelry, it's only values based on weight. You know, we took my mom passed away a couple years ago, and we took her silverware down, and all they did was tell us the value for the settlement of the estate, what it weighed and the purity of it, and they said this is what it's worth. And worth a lot more to us, but it wasn't worth anything except the weight as far as the jeweler was concerned.
Do you think we'll ever get to where we're going to use this bullion as a currency itself? Not an investment, but a currency.
I could see that coming back. I mean, I could.
Why? I mean, I'm not saying you shouldn't. I just don't know the advantages or disadvantages of it. So can you kind of share that with us?
I just think that, you know, it's a precious metal used in all sorts of things like semiconductors and other things. So, you know, so it has value. It's always going to have the need. Piece of paper is not worth much. So I think that there will be always a desire and a demand to hold on to precious metals.
I see. Okay. I mean, is it any of this bullion being mined up in your area?
No.
Where do they mine this stuff? Do you know?
I think Australia is a huge area. South Africa.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Alaska still has areas. Canada still does. I don't know about out west if there's much anymore out there as far as known gold, but I mean, there's still a lot of places around the world.
Do we have any places in this country that you know of?
Well, Alaska, that'd be.
Yeah, that's us.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm turning it back over to you. You do your thing.
Well, if there's not any more questions, I'll just ask for final passage and using previous row.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. SB 297 receives its final passage. Thank you, Senator
Thank
Belson.
you, Mr. President.
Secretary, call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 47 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 304 by Senator Carnley regarding incarceration. BR pending.
Senator Carnley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Request to adopt the BIR using previous row.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes. 34 ayes, no nays. BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
Page 47 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 304 by Senator Carnley regarding pardons and paroles.
Senator Carnley?
Yes, Mr. President. So talk about the bill just a minute.
Would you please?
Yes. So What this does, it's got a couple of different parts in it. It adds 22-26, and what we're doing is saying that in that section is dealing with what's called mandatory supervision. Most of us probably hear it as mandatory release. So in that law, it says that, you know, somebody that's nearing the end of their prison term, what they would do is, in order to try to get them back into society and acclimate them, there would be certain levels of mandatory supervision where they would be, released wearing an ankle bracelet or electronic monitoring. And in doing that, hope that they would get back into society without, any hiccups, being incarcerated for such a time. But what this does is it just says if a defendant who is released violates the terms of their release, committing another crime, any violent act, well, any kind of crime, that they would be sanctioned to go back before the Board of Pardons and Parole. And through that, there's already a code section that deals with how the Board of Pardon and Parole deals with somebody that is currently paroled if they commit a crime or violate their parole or probation, what would happen. And this just says that if they are on early release, mandatory supervision, mandatory release, whatever you want to call it, and they violate that release, that they would go back and finish out their sentence, and that they would not be eligible to enter into mandatory supervision again. So for instance, if somebody is serving, I have to go back here and look at it. If somebody's 0 to 5 years, the mandatory supervision would be 3 to 5 months. So at the end of their sentence, 3 to 5 months prior to the end of their sentence, they would go to mandatory supervision and be released. If they were on a 5 to 10 year prison sentence, they would be released 6 to 9 months early, or mandatory supervision. And anybody that's 10 years or more, they would be under mandatory supervision 10 to 12 months prior to the end of their sentence. So let's just say somebody had a 10-year sentence, possible they could only serve 9 years, get out on early release or mandatory supervision. But if in that time period of that, let's say they got out at 9 months, and at 9 years, if at 9 years and 6 months they committed another crime, they would go back before the Board of Pardons and Parole, and they could, have that early release or mandatory supervision, taken away. So they would have to go back, finish out the 6 months of their prison sentence, and then they would have to start serving time for the following crime after that. So that's the first thing that it does in this, is it basically, and they've called the bill the one chance rule, meaning that, hey, you've got one chance when you get out on early supervision, you mess up, you got to go before Board of Pardons and Parole, which they have discretion still. I mean, we're not taking that away, but they go before the Board of Pardons and Parole, and if they reject the rest of their supervision, mandatory supervision, they have to finish out their sentence. Then it goes on and it says that, it has a sentence in there. This is all under section 1, subsection F, G, and H. It states in there that if there are not concurrent, so they would serve, the next one. And then the third addition to this code section would say if somebody was out on parole and then they violated their parole or probation and they were put back in, they went before the Board of Pardons and Parole, put back into, into incarceration, but based off of their prison sentence, they were still eligible for early release or mandatory supervision. It says that they would have to serve a minimum of 3 months before they're eligible for that mandatory supervision. So what it does is if somebody, let's say they're paroled out before they're eligible for mandatory supervision, say they get out in that 10-year sentence, they're paroled at year 7, and then at year 9 years and 6 months, you know, they commit a crime or anything that violates their parole or probation. So they're already within that window of that 9 years for mandatory supervision. It says if he or she goes back in at 9 years and 6 months, they got to serve 3 months before they're eligible to finish out or get that mandatory supervision. So that's what the bill does. It adds to that code section, and be open to discuss, or if you have questions, try to answer.
Thank you. I got a comment, then I got a question. And you don't have to answer this because this is a loaded comment question, okay? So I thought I'd tell you that. But based on present pattern of activity, I can't see the Pardon and Parole Board even his bill. They ain't gonna pardon nobody. I mean, why we gotta have this bill? I mean, that's all I'm saying. In another world, this bill would be perfect. In the world we in now, with the board we have now, you know, they ain't finna pardon nobody, so you ain't got to worry about the implementation of this bill. They ain't gonna never use this bill. They would never use this bill. They wouldn't. They wouldn't use it because they said, well, we just ain't gonna let them out. Okay, now, let me ask you this. When you say commit another crime, what level of crime? I mean, because think about this. If that term might be too vague, because crime is a crime. You go out here speeding, that's a crime. Misdemeanor, but it's a crime. So does there be a distinction between felonies and misdemeanors, or crimes against moral turpitude versus not, you know, or something like that? Is it some distinction, or is it as a term just as vague as the world saying just crime?
Yeah. So I'm gonna read this and defer to you because you're gonna know the law and the letter of it better than I. But it does not specifically state crime. What it says is a defendant who is released pursuant to this section, and this section being the mandatory supervision section is what we're in, and who violates any term of the release may be sanctioned, not shall be, but may be sanctioned by the Board of Pardons and Paroles as provided in section 152232, which I printed that section off, and that deals with, you know, how the Board of Pardons and Paroles will deal with somebody that is, you know, going through the means of dealing with the situation. But it goes on, it says a defendant whose release is revoked pursuant to this subsection is not eligible for further release under this section. So it didn't specifically say crime, it just says if they violate any term of the release. Now, you'll have to speak to terms of releases and kind of what you've seen and, you know, and what those could look like. So, you know, I'll listen to you and your experience there.
Yeah, you're right. They kind of draw up, lack of a better word, they draw up like a little contract, you know. But let me tell you something. I've been contemplating. I don't really want to do anything to hinder your bill at all. But I showed in my mind, it clicked. First thing hit my mind when you were reading it, talking about they may do something. That boy, you might well just write shall. Just put shall in there. They ain't gonna may. They gonna do it. They ain't finna get no benefit of the doubt that they may do something like that, man. Not the one we got down. It gonna be shell. They gonna do. They gonna zap them. You know, they don't doubt unless it. You know, some people might deserve to be zapped, but they gonna zap them. I don't care if it's the little smallest thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was talking to one of the lawyers earlier here about, you know, kind of how the mechanics of that whole process from, you know, from the time that you are, you know, sanctioned by the board until, you know, it's kind of either determined, hey, you stay with your mandatory supervision, or hey, you got to go back to incarceration. how much time is that in generally? And when I said 3 months, they're like, well, that process would never happen within that 3-month period. So have you got experience with that?
No, not that, but I tell you what, I was, once upon a time in another life, I was clerk of in criminal district court. And the judge that I was the clerk for, he would, you know, people like that, you know what he would tell them, he'd bring them back. And then what he would do, if they did that before, let me put it this way, he'd bring them back, and sometimes he'd like lock them up they bring them back in that Friday, and then he'd tell them, he said, I see that you've been working real hard to break back in jail. Not break out, to break back in. Then you know what I'm talking about. And he said, since you trying so hard to break back in the courtrooms in Jefferson County, that each one of those criminal courtrooms, they have an elevator. You know, it's a door, you don't know it, but it's an elevator, just like our elevators. And the elevator go all the way down to the jail, to the tunnel where they go straight to the jail. So he'll tell them, he said, you want a weekend vacation. And so he'll put that stamp on there, let's put them back in. And he could really do what we're saying this bill is gonna let them do. But what he would do, he would, you know, especially if they hadn't been in jail, you know what I mean? They was out, then they out doing that. He just give them a little taste, a weekend taste. And then based on that, he'd make a determination whether or not they stayed or whether he'd let them on out. But that next time, we ain't get no second weekend taste.
I don't think I'd need a weekend to get my taste. Maybe about 30 minutes would be enough for me, but no, anything that...
Man, like you, all you got to do is just walk off the street and just walk in there and look. You wouldn't... That's enough deterrent to you that you wouldn't...
That was one of the experiences being on the county commission. We had a county jail, and, you know, went and toured the jail, and it's amazing, you know, I mean, it's enough deterrent for me, you know. Oh, yeah. You know, which I understand. There's things out there, but yeah, no, I mean, it's definitely something that, you know, we get some people.
You know what? I think legislative fiscal is in here. Let's go see what the balance in the rules committee budget. Then see can we get, since we own the special order and this is the rules report, I think it's appropriate, it could be appropriate that the rules could provide lunch for the dinner for the Senate and have it brought in here. Get some of that Outback, you know, get one of them nice ribeyes.
You got more persuasion with the rules chairman than I do, so I'll defer to you and support you in your effort.
Hey, I bet if together we sign a little petition asking him and put 34 names on it, he probably would consider doing it.
Did you say Outback?
Outback, yeah.
I want one of those blooming onions if we're putting in orders. I like those.
I usually get a little ribeye, but I'm about ready for a T-bone.
I'll take that too.
Yeah, get a little T-bone. I'm gonna share it though. I don't eat that much, but it's gotta be cooked well. I do not want it crawling around on the plate.
Me either.
Well, I'm gonna yield the mic back to you, and you do whatever you feel necessary to do.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. President.
Senator Carnley.
Third reading dispensed of, using previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. SB 304 receives its third reading. Thank you, Senator Carnley.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Secretary, call the next bill on the special order calendar.
Yeah, good job.
On page 69 of the calendar, House Bill number 345 by Representative Simpson regarding the Department of Corrections, BR pending.
Senator Chambliss.
Mr. President, I move the BR using previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 69 of the calendar, House Bill number 345 by Representative Simpson regarding the Department of Corrections.
Senator Chambliss.
Mr. President, this bill would outlaw drones, unmanned aircraft from flying around our correction facilities. If you remember, several years back, we did this for industrial facilities, just a safety, security measure, that kind of thing. Obviously, with prisons, it's not just safety and security, but also contraband. So those are that's basically all the bill does. So, Senator, I'd be happy to entertain questions, discussion, whatever you want to do on this bill.
Could I be recognized?
You're recognized.
Yeah, and I don't get a chance. You know what? I figured this out. You be working so hard. I be checking you out, and of course, you see me sometime. I'm working so hard. We work so hard sometimes that we have to find time for the two whips to just to talk to each other. So we're going to make this a whip conversation right here.
Good time. Now's a good time.
And see, by your
that's a good rhythm.
Yeah, that ain't too long. And
talk about it and understand it.
Yeah, because it's not, we're not filibustering.
Right.
And if I run out of relevant questions, I'll stop if it's below that part. But now let me say this. In terms of the drones, let me ask you, do you ever have a drone?
I don't have a drone.
A little child drone of any kind. You ever had it?
I don't. I've thought about getting one, but like you say, we got other duties, and I just never have found the time to go get one and play with it, and so I don't. How about you? Do you have one?
My grandson has one, and I be trying to operate it. Man, I had that thing wide open. You have you saying, that thing is, I be thinking about the Jetsons. You remember the Jetsons?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Meet George Jetson.
Yeah. We said by 2024 or 2025, we going to be riding things like the Jetsons. Mm-hmm. We're not that far advanced yet, but with those drones, I mean, I was driving that thing, and I got to where I could kind of halfway land it. But the problem is, though, if you land like in grass and someone get in one of them little blades, That's the highway. Like the airplanes have certain avenues they go.
That's right.
That makes sense.
They got to have elevation. Get over. Now it's not too hard to get over my head. Now Jabbo, Senator from Birmingham, his head a little bit higher up than mine. So.
And see, you won't have no problem at all because it just scoot off my head. I ain't got no hair up there. It just, it just keep on going.
Yeah. I'm trying to catch you.
But yeah, so it's obvious we must have been having some problems with these drones around our correction facilities.
Yeah, let me tell you. In 2022, we had 6 drones, either caught, seen, found, that sort of thing. Last year, no, so far this year, not even a full year, we've had 36.
What?
Yes, sir.
What do? Do they shoot them down?
I don't know the specific answer to that, but some of them, they've been able to intercept them, I think, electronically. And I got pictures here where they've captured them, and you can imagine what contraband they have. But then they've been able to go and pick them up. Now, one of the things that I was very interesting to me is one of the drones that they recovered. It has this, it's a computer. Mm-hmm. So it had in it data, and they could tell where this drone had been. This drone had been over prisons in 6 different states.
What?
Yeah. So this is a big deal.
Oh, there's a ring of folks doing this stuff.
That's right. This ain't mom and daddy, sister and brother. This is a organized type situation, and they're getting money from mom and daddy and all that kind of stuff is what they're doing.
Oh.
They're extorting them. So this would put a stop to that.
Oh, good.
Not a stop. You can't stop everything.
Yeah.
It will be a measure to attempt to stop it and slow it down. So.
Are we gonna put up those kind of fields that we put to intercept these missiles? What they call that shield we got?
Something shield.
Yeah, shield we got when people try to shoot a missile at us. That, like over there in Israel where they intercepted all those. Yeah, really intercept those drones. If you remember, because one got in or something, but they intercept those drones.
They intercepted most of them. Yeah. I don't know that we're quite to that level, that technology yet, but right now it's not even illegal.
No.
So this will be the first step, to make it where, hey, now you ain't supposed to be doing that. Of course, people know it's common sense, but your lawyer, it doesn't matter if it's common sense or not, it's whether the law says you can or can't,
Yeah, and I can see you having gray areas because with technology moving into drones, it's about a bad, let me see, I'm trying to think of where we got something like that now, where technology just changed the wording of what you're doing, just because of time. So I could see
there's
that.
a lot of that with technology because we update a lot of our bills because technology has changed. Like, when you got here, everybody didn't have a cell phone in their hand.
That's true. That's right.
You weren't really writing legislation contemplating everybody have a camera in their hand, everybody have a computer in their hand. You didn't.
That's right.
So, obviously over the last, 15, 20 years especially, we got more power sitting here in our pocket than a lot of, I'm told, spacecraft had up until recently. So
you're right.
It's pretty interesting.
I hadn't kept up with the use of technology like I should.
Yeah.
Okay. Because you take this phone right here. It's a lot of things. I could fill around with it and figure out to do it, but I just don't. I'm just gonna tell you something. I don't have a lot of time sitting around and be playing with the phone.
Yeah.
I wish I did have. You know what I call that?
What's that?
I always had these little Ebonic terms for things. You know, I call that lottie-dottie time. I don't have lottie-dottie time. I get just sitting around just looking at the phone, clicking and going back. Man, when I pick this thing up, I got to use it right then.
Yeah,
Either answer somebody or talk to somebody calling, or I need to call somebody or something. But to sit around, even if I wasn't up here at the mic, I couldn't sit around and do that, because you see that big old stack, I'd be trying to read all that stuff over there, you know, and do that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know what's always fascinating to me, and I've observed this for most of my life, is when you see, and I have a couple people in mind that I'm thinking about, see people that are older that embrace technology and embrace change. And some don't, you know. I might be one of those that don't, but I want to be one of those that does embrace it, because it I don't know, just you can be more relevant, you know. You can relate to the younger generation and what they're doing and why and how and that kind of stuff. So I want to try to be one of those that embraces technology, even though everybody says, "Oh, I like change." And no, when it gets down to it, we don't like change.
Well, see, my problem is that I'm spoiled. I know I am, and I just have to admit it. And you said, what you mean by being spoiled? Everybody around me is whiz with these things.
So your grandbabies.
So all I do that, I hand the thing. Yeah. I know, you know, when I say this, I say it to establish the fact that I address and deal through the course of different things I do with so many complicated things and being able to handle them and figure them out. But the things where I got to sit down and do this studying and to do it like this phone, I just don't. Let me tell you like this. I had to, in my whole lifetime of living, I have only put a block on this phone one time out of my life. And any phone I ever had, I've never blocked anybody, blocked anything. And I wanted to block one situation. And it's been recently.
Is that right? So I'm curious now.
I had to get a phone to my grandson and said, put the block on it. You waiting on me to put the block on it, we're gonna be blocked. You know what I mean? Because I could figure it out, you know. And let me tell you how smart he is. He went and Googled this phone and sent it to the email so I could run off how to do whatever I need to do with the phone.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I still didn't read it and do it.
Now I know why you don't get my phone calls anymore.
I'm gonna give you another moment of confession. Like in here where I put it on silent, I'll forget it. I'll be at YouTube. I'm talking all the way at home. I forget that. I call you. I said, call me when?
Yeah.
The phone be on silent from being in here. Yeah. You know, I just forget to put it back, because if I basically look at this phone twice a day. I hate to say it, if I'm being honest. You send me an email at 8, I might not see it at 9, 9:30 or 10 at best, because that's when I'm going to look at the phone. And then next time, it's when I'm going into bed, I kind of go through the phone. That's sad, ain't it? But that's the truth. I do not sit up all day and be playing around with this phone looking at it.
Yeah, I don't either. I go hour. I go a little bit more than what you do, but if it's a busy day, I don't get to it. So.
Well, I'm going to turn everything back over to you, and you're going to finish your thing.
All righty. Well, I see the rules chairman. He's a little antsy. He's ready to get his bill up here. So with that, Mr.
He got
President.
the clock on me. I said 15 minutes. He said, I'm a minute over.
Well, we went into his time, I reckon. I don't know. So with that, Mr. President, I move final passage using previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Straw written. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. HB 345 receives its third reading. Thank you, Senator Chambliss. Secretary, call the next bill on the special order calendar.
I don't know about that now. That's
page 72 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 328 by Senator Wagner regarding community development districts. BR pending.
Senator Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Use adoption of the BIR using short roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 72 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 328 by Senator Wagner regarding community development districts. Committee substitute pending.
Senator Wagner.
Mr. President, Senator Smith, you're going to love this bill. It's all about a golf resort. All about a golf resort in Coleman County.
Okay. I got to come up there and visit Coleman. That's right.
Mr. President, I move adoption of the committee sub.
All right, using previous roll. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. The committee substitutes adopted. Senator Wagner.
Mr. President, members, this bill creates a community development district, and allow me to tell you what this means. This district's in Coleman County on Smith Lake. There's a planned development adjacent to the lake on the east side of Smith Dam. The developer is in the process of purchasing 2,000 acres.
Ooh-wee.
On the 2,000 acres, there's 3 golf courses planned, 2 public, 1 private. The private will probably be a Tiger Wood type golf course. 200-room luxury hotel, spa, probably nothing like it in the state of Alabama. I mean, it's well on its way. Plans have been made, the property is being purchased at this time, but in order to resolve the county in Coleman, that's a dry county, we had to develop this community development district. So, Mr. President, that's basically what this bill does. We're excited about it. And if there's no questions, I move passage of Senate Bill 328.
Are you using previous roll?
Using previous roll.
All right, any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 328 passes. Thanks, Senator Wagner. All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 71 of the calendar, House Bill number 329 by Representative Robertson and others regarding Jacksonville State University. BR pending.
Mr. President.
Senator Kelly.
I move for adoption of the BR by previous rule.
All right, any objection?
Could I be recognized?
You're recognized.
I know it probably is people wondering about the last bill and everything, and I was just sitting here and I didn't say anything. Well, in life, a few things just is what it is. And the rule chair has his privileges. I thought I'd just say that quick. Under the name of the rule chairs, they have his privileges. So I thought I would get that clear with everybody. So I'll be talking about, why you do me and not do that? The rule chair has his privileges. I wanted to say that. Yeah, the all rule chair. I got too many Jefferson County folks. I had to do that with half the Senate if I did that. So no, it's not about that. It's just the rules chair now. I say that. But Senator, if you go on and I'm sorry, I'm through talking. You can go on and do your BR. Let me do this. I'm through. Thank you.
All right, BR using previous roll?
Yes, sir.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 71 of the calendar, House Bill number 329 by Representative Robertson and others regarding Jacksonville State University.
Mr. President.
Senator Kelly.
This bill is the companion bill and the same bill that I passed here in the Senate that everyone was in favor of. It's basically adding 2 additional trustee members, board trustee members, to the staff as it's grown. And I'd like to note for the record that Senator Figures serves on that board, and she is wanting to make sure that the record shows that she is abstaining on the vote, sir.
Well, could I be recognized?
You're recognized.
I just want to commend Jackson. Is anybody up there from Jacksonville? I bet. Oh, you are? Okay. Oh, yeah, you need some flowers while you're living. Yeah, I want to commend Jacksonville State. I mean, and I'm going to say it this way. I ain't even put nobody on no spot and do nothing else. I commend y'all for doing the right thing. That's all I'm going to say. I commend you for doing the right thing and doing it from your own perspective, doing the right thing. Nobody said you ought to do this or not ought to do this, but doing the right thing, and I just want to commend you all. And with that, I have nothing else to say. Go right on. It's up to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator, Mr. President, I move for passage by adoption of the previous row without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
(34 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. House Bill 329 passes. Thank you. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 45 of the calendar, Senate Bill 321 by Senator Barfoot regarding crimes and offenses. BR pending.
Senator Barfoot.
Mr. President, move for adoption of the BIR used in previous role unless my colleague across the way has some questions on the BIR.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
35 ayes, 0 nays, the BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 45 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 321 by Senator Barfoot regarding crimes and offenses.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be glad to give you an idea of what this bill does. And certainly you may have some questions about that, Senator Smitherman. So currently under Alabama law, unlawful distribution of a controlled substance is a Class B felony. This bill takes the sale only, because there are multiple ways that you can be convicted of unlawful distribution of a controlled substance, giving, selling, but this takes the selling portion of that, allows a judge upon conviction, if it is a sale of a controlled substance, or anything other than marijuana, to take it out of the guidelines and use the statutory component of Class B felony, which is 2 to 20 years. Now, one of the concerns that we had during that time period is, well, the statutory guidelines, as you're aware, have enhancements that are mandatory, that if an individual is sentenced pursuant to the statutory guidelines, there might be some enhancements there, enhancements for the distribution of that controlled substance, distribution of that controlled substance within a 3-mile radius of a school or a housing complex. So we wanted to take those mandatory enhancements out and give the judge some leeway to use the statutory construction. So with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Mr. President.
Senator Singleton.
Senator, I know you and I kind of looked at this bill, but the way you explained it to me and the way that I'm interpreting it, just a little bit different. Because when I look at the marijuana side of it, where you take the marijuana out, but then you come back and marijuana is, then it creates the crime of unlawful distribution of marijuana, right? And you makes it a Class B felony.
Which it would be now under the current, forget this bill, if it's an unlawful distribution of a controlled substance, including marijuana, it's a Class B felony, no different.
Yeah, and when you look at what came out today, they basically reducing marijuana down to a aspirin almost. And when they reschedule it to a Schedule III drug now. And so, and here we are in the state of Alabama still trying to keep it as a felony B felony, and we're just only putting people in jail for a longer period of time. What I have is an amendment today to maybe to look at that, not taking away from the statute of what you're doing, but just to reduce the penalty side of it, at least down to a C or a D. And so that way, you know, we're not here trying to just lock folks up for something where 38 states have already made it legal. We are here in Alabama still trying to make it legal on the medical side, and then plus the federal government is relaxing it. So I just don't want Alabama to still be as punitive with that for something that is not to the point to where people are just throwing people. It's more of a civil penalty in a lot of these states now on marijuana than it is more of a criminal side of it. And not trying to take away from what you're actually trying to do, but looking at off the penalty side of it and reducing the penalty. That's what I want to offer here today in terms of an amendment to that.
I understand your concerns and what you're attempting to do. I'll just tell you that I can't support that. This is not a I can't support the amendment. This is not a bill that heightens in any way that distribution of marijuana. It keeps it as the same, and so the intent was to give some judicial discretion in the event of a sale of other controlled substance. And so I just, you know, hadn't seen the amendment, but based on what you've told me, I don't think,
yeah,
I certainly couldn't support
it just replaced line 393 on page 15 with the following: unlawful distribution of marijuana is a Class C. That's what it would say. Or I even have one that is a Class D, you know, and I understand because
you got one in there that says a Class A misdemeanor, or
no, I don't go that far. No, because look here, I understand when you're talking about unlawful distribution, could that be, you know, how much is that in terms of distribution that determines what is being distributed. You know, if you're giving me one marijuana, if you know, or if you're selling it, and what is that amount? And you know, I understand the statute is clear on that, but at the end of the day, all I'm trying to do here is to say that what we have is really, really relaxed laws now across this nation. And we're looking at now continue to try to hold this as a Class B felony. That's, what is it? Class B is what, 15 years?
B is 2 to 10.
2 to 10.
Statutory guideline.
Yeah, 2 to 10 years. And so with that, with the intent to distribute a marijuana across this, you know, and so that's, you know, that's what I'm just trying to do, is to look at it. You know, I've had a decriminalization bill that's sitting in your committee since the beginning of the session and has never came up, and, you know, we never got a chance to vote it up or down. And I think that that's where we really need to go. That's where actually what the federal government did today is really decriminalize it down to, you know, a Section 3 level drug. And so with that, it basically, you know, becomes like a misdemeanor, you know? And so here we are in the state of Alabama. We're trying to get marijuana here. Other states around us already have it. So all I'm saying is that if we can do that, because my bill would have made it civil in nature, and after the third time, then it would have been criminal in nature if you got caught with it. I just don't think that we should be out here, unless it's just trafficking, major, you know, amounts of it, then yes, people should be locked up, put in jail for trafficking. But if somebody have a personal use on them, if somebody utilizing it, if it's sale, if it's under a certain amount that you catch them with a sale, I really don't think, or it's in your car while you're driving, should we be locked up in jail holding up bed space for something that's a civil penalty in most other states?
Let me ask you this then. So from the standpoint of, if it's not bad and if it's not harmful, if the federal government says it's a Class 3 drug now, why then would we penalize trafficking? I mean, in other words, if it's not bad and the federal government says it's okay, why would we have a concern about whether it's a small amount or a large amount? If it's,
at the end of the day, I would be fine with that. Don't get me wrong. I'm just understand that if you're trafficking, then maybe, person who's muling it across state lines and hauling, doing it illegal, because states now doing it legal. Okay, they're doing it legal. They're growing millions of pounds of marijuana in their states these days, legal, and decriminalize it so they can be able to carry it across county lines. Okay, just like we did with the prohibition of alcohol. We had to do that when it was illegal. Like you said, whether it was a drum, a gallon, or whether it was a pint. Okay, but at the end of the day, when we finally got to the point of decriminalization of it, then it didn't matter, so now you can just carry it out, but you still can't take alcohol that's legal and bootleg it. Okay?
Gotta pay taxes.
Gotta pay the taxes on it. And so all I'm saying is that if you're doing this, I'm not saying that you don't penalize them. I'm not saying you let them go free just because they got trafficking a big amount or a small amount. All I'm looking at is the reduction of it based on our criminal justice system that is so tight in the state of Alabama. It's busting out of its seams. We can't hardly find bed. People like that may need treatment and not really being locked up. That's what probably need to happen. Maybe we need to start treating these folks in terms of a habit versus trying to take the criminalization of it, lock them up in jail and come back out with no treatment and go back to doing the same thing.
Let me say this. So several years ago, I had an opportunity to take the deposition of a doctor in a termination of parental rights case. And I won't go into all the details, but it was a fairly young doctor who during the deposition basically said, hey, several years ago, I would have said we need to legalize marijuana. That was the doctor's testimony during this. But he said, since then, he said, I've seen enough studies, and he was a mental health type professional doctor, the adverse effects of marijuana, specifically on people between the ages of 16 and 25. And I won't remember the numbers, but that marijuana usage during that time period caused like 300, 400, maybe it was higher than that, percentage of schizophrenia in those folks who had used it. So, listen, the federal government did what the federal government did, and I don't have any control over that.
This is the thing, because when you start to looking at whether or not we control it, whether or not it is legal or not in this state, because of the fact that you look at those states that are legal, you don't get those high level of THC. Because when you can just grow it and you can get a higher level of THC, yes, it may affect people adversely the way that that doctor did, because the levels of the THC has not been measured in the past. So people are able to abuse that level of it and be able to probably do some harm to their bodies or to their brains or what have you. Maybe those studies may show that. But if you look at when they started to leveling it out the THC level in these states to where it's legal, I bet you don't get those same kind of statistics that he got based on those studies prior to looking at what was legal and not legal, because you're talking about a controlled growth versus something that's not a controlled growth. That's what you're looking at.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. I will say that he was very definitive in his deposition of the mental health ramifications for marijuana use. And so going back to the bill itself, I would just say this is not an attempt, obviously, to decriminalize anything. Quite the contrary. It's an opportunity to take the sale of a controlled substance, again, not marijuana, but to take the sale of a controlled substance, fentanyl, for instance, or oxycodone, any of the other number of illegal drugs that we have, and to give the judge some discretion as to whether or not they put it into that.
Now, what I told you about that portion of the bill, I'm okay with that. I just didn't like the other part of it where you take marijuana out and then take marijuana, sit it in its own class and make it an unlawful distribution of marijuana, which becomes then the Class B.
Can I do this? Let's have an opportunity to discuss this kind of offline, maybe look at that amendment to see what exactly it does, read it into it. Do you have any opposition if I carry this bill over to the call of the chair?
I wouldn't.
Okay. Mr. President, I'd make a motion to carry the bill over to call the chair.
All right, any objection?
No objection
All right,
here.
hearing none, so ordered. Senate Bill 321 carried over, call the chair.
Thank you.
Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 62 of the calendar, House Bill number 380 by Representative Lovern regarding taxation and revenue. BR pending.
Finished. Yeah, I'm finished.
Mr. President, I move adoption of the BR using previous rule.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
35 ayes, 0 nays, the BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 62 of the calendar, House Bill number 380 by Representative Lovern regarding taxation and revenue.
Mr. President?
Senator Orr.
This is a continuation of a tax credit bill with a $2 million cap, annual cap on the bill to help with the construction, acquisition, or installation of qualified storm shelters across the state. I've got a map that Representative Lovern gave me, which showed a wide distribution all across the state where this was getting.
Can you share that with me, that map?
It's on my round table in my office.
That's all right.
Fetch if you want me.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
But I asked him for it. I said, you know, who is accessing this? And I was surprised with the distribution of the people using this credit program to get storm shelters for inclement weather.
I got a couple questions when you get ready.
I yield to the gentleman.
Have we done the BR?
Yes, we
have. Yeah, we're on final
have
passage. Yes.
Okay. I'm glad you mentioned that, because when I first got here, really a long time after I was here, you know, we had a program down in South Alabama that dealt with the tornadoes and putting those roofs on and everything.
With the hurricanes.
Yeah, and when I looked at the map, they hadn't gone nowhere but Baldwin County and Mobile County. That was the only places that they had the little dots. And I said, let me tell you a little story, because I know I'm gonna yield back to you, but I'll tell you this story. When I told this story, they really changed the conversation. I asked them, I said, do you remember? But y'all gonna say, I done been through a lot in my different little life. Because I can tell you about different stories. This is one of them. I said, do you remember when we had, I guess you call it hurricane or tornado, when we had Denny? Remember Denny hit Miami, hit Florida? I call it Hurricane Denny or Tornado Denny. Well, when Denny hit Miami, I flew to Miami, and I had been to Miami for 2 hours. Denny was hit so hard that, you know, the doors push out, you know, in the hotel. So if the wind comes, it won't blow the door in. I was outside when it hit. I was just like this at the door. I was coming up to it, and it took about 10 people inside of the place pushing the door to open it by that much where I could get through the door, because that's how strong the wind was with Denny. Now, you said, well, what they got to do with Alabama?
It didn't blow you away?
Yeah, I was holding on. And then where I stayed in the building, you know how you have windows in the front, but I stayed where you could see, you know, like between buildings on the side. And the building had the springs on it, and it was rocking the building. Not real rock like that, but just rocking the building just like this. So the building, it was just blowing it. Now, the significance in relationship to what you were doing is that I get on an airplane. Because of the storm, they fly us up the Atlantic and then take us up to Charlotte. So they're gonna go up to Charlotte and then come back to Birmingham. We were coming back, and they said that if the winds get 5 miles an hour stronger, they were going to divert us from Birmingham, and they're going to have to land in Knoxville, Tennessee. We made it to Birmingham, and we got off. I went home. You know how you have the little wrought iron furniture? I turned the furniture upside down because of the storm. 2.5 hours after I got home, Denny hit Birmingham. I was in Denny twice in Denny. It hit Birmingham. And I said, good God Almighty. I said, this thing will follow me from Miami all the way up here to Birmingham. So I said that to say that people didn't want to believe that, like you are, where you are. We had the same things happen to us as the people around the coastal areas, not as much, but we do. And so these programs, we want to utilize these programs too. That's what I had to tell them that. Now, since that time, they've spread it out in the state, you know, everywhere. But I had to tell them, I said, you all ain't the only one that this hits, because you all get the news and get the PR showing all the water coming, but we get the same 100 miles an hour wind, we get the same rain and lightning and everything else.
That's right. And you remember Ben Brooks being here, and how many times do we have to hear about the wind pool?
Yes, I remember that. I do.
I think he could say the words Baldwin and Mobile County so fast. I mean, Baldwin and Mobile County.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
Brings back a nightmare.
Do you know what he's doing now? Do you know what he's doing now?
He's still a judge, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a judge. He needs to, a one room where he can control things.
Yeah.
Very good for him.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Well, all right. Well, this back to you. I'm just
back to this great bill. Well, I'm ready to move on if you are.
Yeah.
Mr. President, I move third reading and using the previous roll.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Thank you, Senator.
Oh, thank you, Senator.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
35 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 380 passes. Secretary, call the next bill.
I got it. Yeah. On page 31 of the calendar, Senate Bill 284 by Senator Hovey regarding K through 12 education. BIR is pending.
Mr. President.
Senator Hovey.
I move for the passage of the BIR if there is no objection, using the previous roll.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
35 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 31 of the calendar, Senate Bill 284 by Senator Hovey.
Mr. President.
Senator Hovey.
Thank you, sir. This bill is a companion bill to House Bill 280, sponsored by Representative Lovern. We were just talking about a storm shelter tax credit. This bill is if I may, a pretty personal bill for the House sponsor, and it's adding fentanyl language to the current K-12 school drug education policy, and adding fentanyl language specifically in response to a situation that happened in Auburn a few years ago. Young man Price Hornsby, if you notice, this bill is being named after Price Hornsby. It's the Price Hornsby Act. Price was a 17-year-old recent graduate of Auburn High School, awaiting an opportunity to serve in our nation's armed services, and in that time of transition had some anxiety and trouble sleeping, and took a pill from an associate there that he had gone to school with, and unknowingly ingested fentanyl, and to his detriment, and didn't make it. You know, fentanyl is wreaking havoc on our young people specifically, and the thought with this bill being the lack of conversation and education. Fentanyl victims are not, or all too often, our everyday students that typically don't have a drug problem or aren't your stereotypical drug user. And we've got accidental overdoses that are wreaking havoc on our young people. So I'd like, Mr. President, to, with unanimous consent, actually move to substitute this bill with House Bill 280. carry this bill over and substitute.
All right. All those in favor of carrying over Senate Bill 284, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Senate Bill 284 is carried over. Now you want to
I
bring.
would like to bring up House Bill 280.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Secretary, call up House Bill 280.
On page 28 of the calendar, House Bill 280 by Representative Lovern relating to public K through 12 education. The BIR is pending.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Sir Hovey.
This is literally verbatim the companion bill to the Senate bill just discussed, and I'd like to move for final passage if there is no other.
You can't, because you got to do the BIR. Do your BIR first.
You want to adopt the BIR?
I would like to adopt the BIR on the House bill. Thank you,
Using
sir.
previous roll?
Using the previous roll, yes, sir.
All right. Any objection?
Come on.
All right. Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
35 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 28 of the calendar, House Bill 280 by Representative Lovern relating to public education.
Can you tell us what this bill does in your own way? Just tell us what it does.
This House bill is the companion bill to the Senate bill we just discussed, and it's adding fentanyl language to the current K-12 curriculum on drug intervention and drug education. So it's already,
that's what it does?
Yes, sir.
Oh, good. That is a good bill.
Just adding specific language for fentanyl.
Okay. Back on you.
All right. Thank you, sir. I would move for final passage of the House bill using previous roll if that's possible.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
35 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 280 passes. Thanks, Senator Hovey. All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 12 of the calendar, House Bill 81 by Representative Treadway relating to pardons. The BIR is pending.
Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Shelnut.
I move for passage of the BIR using previous roll if no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
35 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 12 of the calendar, House Bill 81 by Representative Treadway relating to pardons.
Mr. President, I'd like to give a brief explanation of this and dialogue with my colleague over there because Senator Smithman is going to love this bill, I know. What this bill does, it denies someone, a pedophile that has committed a Class A or Class B sexual assault on a minor, 12 years or younger, from ever getting a pardon. It's a simple bill, it's a one-page bill, and that is pretty much all it does. So it's a good bill because the pedophiles, they can't be, we don't want them receiving a pardon.
I'm just wondering how quick you ready to call the roll. We need to lock all them jokers up, buddy.
That's right.
You ain't got to worry about. You said I was gonna like a bill like this. Lock them up.
For good. For good.
Get them pedophiles. 12 and under, little children, lock them up.
All right, Mr. President, I move for final passage of HB 81 using previous roll for no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
35 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 81 passes. Thanks, Senator Shelnut. All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 73 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 331 by Senator Hatcher regarding taxation and revenue, BR pending.
Mr. President.
Senator Hatcher.
I'd like to move for the BIR, adoption of the BIR, using the short roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
35 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 73 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 331 by Senator Hatcher regarding taxation and revenue.
Mr. President, This bill is a simple technicality to make a real fix to simply the map is being fixed. This is for the new markets tax credits, and once the map is fixed to back to 2011, 2015, we're good to go. That's the gist of the bill. Unless there are any questions from my colleagues.
I'd like to ask one question. Where the folks anybody in here with the governor's office? Anybody with the governor's office in here? Hey, they ain't over here doing their job. Where the folk with the governor's office? Nobody's over here. I was just gonna brag on you, Senator. Because, yeah, I had to brag. I mean, you know, hey, they got you carrying it. This is a good bill. They got you carrying this bill. You know, they ain't even asked me about the bill. That's what I'm talking. Now, I'm glad you carrying it, but, you know, I mean, you know, they didn't.
The governor's new commerce secretary.
Oh, see, that's what I'm talking about. They don't even come see me.
Well, she
I ain't talking about coming to stroke me about nothing. They don't even come to see me. I mean, she came eventually, but I'm just kind of shocked. You know, that's all I'm saying. You know, folks, sometimes I be one that may not want your support. You know, I don't know. You know, that's all I'm saying.
Well, I can tell you.
And you had little questions. You know, when you had little questions, folks don't come. You just have to kind of start trying to seek and find information.
Look here, I'm going to tell her to come see you and bring some pound cake and some Bluebell ice cream, and hopefully it's all good to go.
You know how to get it done, though. Bring that pound cake. Oh, man, some Bluebell.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Warm up the pound cake a little bit.
I know that's right. Well, all right, I'm yielding back to you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. President, I don't see anything else on the bill. I'd like to move final passage using the short roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
35 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 331 passes. Thanks, Senator Hatcher.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 34 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 274 by Senator Jones and others regarding the state auditor. BR pending.
Mr. President, move adoption of the BR using the previous roll through no objections.
Mr. President, I'd like to be recognized.
You're recognized.
Senator, I think you've done a great job of presiding this evening. You didn't try to run over me or nothing. You know, you did, by accident or by design, you didn't try to do that, and I'm commending you for that. You've done a great job on the scenic routes. I mean, you really have. You've hooked us up. I look forward to seeing you out there on the scenic routes. But in terms of the night, I look forward to seeing you all the way up to midnight, you and I on this mic, because I got problems with this bill. I'm not interested in giving folk the investigative powers and all of that. No. I'm not interested in doing that. I love him to death. He know I do. And I love the baby more than anybody. It's not about any kind of conflict or nothing. He is my favorite. He is one of my most favorite elected people that we have because he's a nice person. He's a solid person, in my opinion. I'm serious when I say this about him. I like him as a person. And I definitely, and my heart just melts when I see the baby. But I ain't interested in giving that office all these powers and stuff like this. No. If it had, they would have been given a long time ago if that had been necessary. So no, I'm not interested. I'm not interested in bagging off. And when I get through with this, I'm gonna yield because you had a right to bring the bill up. Then I'm gonna ask them to start my first hour on the bill. So I thought I'd pre-tell you that. I ain't gonna lead you into it. And you know, I don't have any problems because, you know, my time frame was gonna keep me here where I'm going now to about 10 at 15 minutes a bill. so I can just go on and kick 2 more hours in it. So I'm gonna talk a little bit. I'll dialogue with you. I mean, I'm not trying to keep you from the mic. Now, don't get me wrong. That's not what I'm trying to do. You know, but I am gonna occupy. When you stop your turn, I'm gonna give you your turn. I ain't trying to hog the mic, but I'm gonna try to make sure this mic is occupied, whether it's by you or by me.
Senator, I understand you've got some concerns. I wasn't aware of that until this minute, that you had some concerns. So if you'd like, I want to just briefly describe the bill. We can do that now or later. And if you want me to carry it over the call of the chair or something, we work on something to make you more comfortable, I'd be happy to do that.
Well, let me say this. Since we're going to say it like that, the last thing you said, I'm going to put a caveat on it if you're going to call over to the call of the chair. Okay, and that is you don't call it up till I'm on the floor. That's going down the hall calling up stuff. No, I don't want to do that. So I just, I'm not saying you control your bill. I just want to be here.
That's fair enough.
Okay.
Can we get the BIR and then let me describe a little bit about it, and then we can carry over the call of the chair at that point. Does that work with you?
That'd be fine.
Can I go ahead and make that motion for the BIR using the previous roll if there's no objection?
What's the motion?
The BIR, previous roll, no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
35 ayes, no nays. All right, 35 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 34 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 274 by Senator Jones and others regarding the state auditor.
Mr. President, let me just, my colleague just describe a little bit, and then I'll happy to take your questions. Then at that point, I will make the next motion. Does that work?
That'd be fine.
This bill does not expand the duties of the state auditor beyond anything other than property audits. Now, you may remember, I brought a bill dealing with the auditor, I guess, 2 years ago to eliminate the position in 8 years.
That's my total confusion in this. I see this and I remember that and I'm saying, now what's going on?
Now, the reason I did that is because there's just not a lot of duties that the auditor does. And so you may remember that bill made it all the way out of here, all the way down to the House, got the BIR, and then Rule 31, 32, whichever it is, the machines got locked.
Yeah.
And several folks, I guess, were playing golf or having lunch or something, and we did not get a 3/5, although we did get a majority. So at that point, I had made an agreement with the auditor that if the bill did not pass, I would work with him to find other things that he could do in his office. And so I'm upholding my end of the bargain. I just want you to know that's the origin of this. I also want you to know that there's one state agency, I will not name, had $2 million in missing inventory. $2 million taxpayer dollars worth of inventory. Maybe, we keep going along, maybe at some point I'll be ready to call names, but I won't do that right now. But let me note this. It's been reviewed by the finance department. We got there okay with a few things in the substitute. I need to do that too, if that's all right with you. I just remembered there's a sub. That way everybody can look at it. It's been posted online, everything, if we do that. Finance is good with it. Attorney General's office has reviewed it, and it was part of it was written in conjunction and reviewed by the Examiner of Public Accounts. They were involved in the draft of this. So up until this point, I thought everybody was good and everybody was on board with it. But let me say this. There's some technical changes in there. There's a few things that it corrects. It allows the amount of property, the threshold to go up by consumer price index. Right now it's at $500. So as interest goes up, then that can be bumped to $600, $700, et cetera. I really feel like it does a lot of good things. Would you be all right with me introducing the sub and letting us adopt the sub at least before we do the next thing? Is that all right with you?
That's a little too much.
Okay. I
got the BIR in, so the rest we just about ready to try to pass the bill. We ain't ready for that yet.
The reason is,
see, let me explain to you. Yeah. And then I'm gonna stop. I apologize to cut you off if I did that. You go on.
No, you go ahead.
Okay. See, I need that sub. Just in case if it's old bad sub. See, I got to be able to talk on the sub, then talk on the bill. So I need both of them.
Well, I was just thinking from a transparency standpoint, it'd be good. It'd be online. It'd be carried over. Everybody have plenty of time to look at it, review it, see if there's any issues. Instead of, a lot of folks get a little skittish when you bring a sub up and then you vote to pass it. So that's where I was coming from. Get it out there, let people have time to review it. And
if he ever comes to visit you between now and then, just give me a shout out. I'd like to visit with him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind. I mean, like I said, I like him. I mean, I'm serious. And he knows, I think he knows that. We have a very cordial, exchange and communication with each other. And so it's not, I think he's a fine person, but it's dealing with, just as I said, some of those things that we're talking about that I see on the surface in here. Maybe I don't understand the intent that, or the application of it fully, but I get skittish when we start talking about giving folks investigative powers and stuff like that. I get concerned with that. That's all. Because you heard me say this so many times, but it's just the truth. It's the truth. It's the truth. See, in that same scenario right there, everybody don't get the benefit of the doubt. Let me just put it that way. It just don't happen. The realities of life. So when you talking about expanding things to people and doing things, you have to think about that as well, that necessarily there may be people that may not just get the equitable or fair, right where it's fair approach to something because they're not going to get the benefit of the doubt, And see, I have to say it to you like this. I'm not even talking about our auditor now, okay? I just told you what I thought about him. He's a very nice person. I think he's a very good person, too. Okay, but see, once we pass this bill will be for every auditor that comes after him. And the concern I just said about the benefit of the doubt, we could have 4 more auditors. The next 3 could be next 2 could be just as good as him. But that 4th one, somewhere down the line, may not. And then they will take this and abuse that ability. See what I'm saying? So when you talk about giving something that wasn't there that can have an adverse impact if it's not used properly, then you have to address it. Remember my airplane? See, you flying the plane. You see the runway clear. And you've explained to us what you see down the runway. Okay? But remember these right here. And that's the wings. Remember these wings. And the incidental situations that happen because you can't see the wings when you're looking straight forward, like I'm looking at you. I can't see what I'm hitting. I can't see, like I just knocked that down. You can't see that. And so before, and see, if it's something that's not good, it's that imagine a situation, if you see I talk in parables, imagine a situation where you got a pyramid and you got a snowball sitting up on top of this pyramid. And then to pass something that has adverse effect is like releasing the snowball to going down the hill. Now you determine halfway down it that it has adverse effects. Now you got to get behind the snowball and just apply force, and it's gonna be pushing you down, not as fast because you're applying force, but get it stopped. So now we get it stopped. Now we want to change the bill. The folks who like not giving folks the benefit of the doubt is not going to necessarily embrace the change. So now the hard struggle comes pushing it back up the hill. Remember how heavy it is? Now I'm trying to push it back up the hill, little bit by little bit. So that's why at this point, you have to address and make sure that these kind of things won't have adverse effect on people. So I had to give you a sort of bird's eye view as to why I'm standing here and my reasoning. And I just feel I at least owe that to you, to realize it has nothing to do with him. It has nothing to do with whether he would not implement this the way that it's supposed to be. but it has something to know that it's going to be in law probably through our lifetime forever and ever, if and when that becomes law. So,
well, on that point, I would just say, you know, they just investigate property loss. They ask for repayment. If the person doesn't, the agency doesn't repay, or the person who's negligent, responsible doesn't pay, then they can refer it to the AG. So there's no, they're not going after anybody. You see what I'm saying? They're referring it if there needs to be collection. So I just want to make that point, and I understand your perspective.
Read on here what it says. Just that little bit. If you got a copy, do you have a copy of the special order?
Would you like the special?
I want you to read the special order, then you're going to see why I said what I said. Let me find out where it is.
Yeah, I got it. Powers and duties revised, Division of Investigations created.
Investigations.
Gotcha.
Now you see why I said what I said, don't you? Yeah. I just want you to know that I had a rational reason why I was concerned about that. When I saw that part, investigate, then we giving them powers, extra powers to investigate. If we are, then you know, is there potentially possible for that to be abused? You know, not by him, but by anybody else that comes after him.
I understand.
Okay.
I think we got a pretty solid product, but I'd love to talk with you, and we'll get him to talk with you and see if there's a pathway forward. So how about this? Let me offer the sub. I won't even make a motion on it. That way you have your time to talk on it if you need to in the future. That way it'll just be in the system. It'll be out there for everybody to see, and then I'll make my motion. Is that good?
Well, he gonna make us do something with it. The secretary ain't gonna just let it float out there. Huh? Oh, okay. Yes, well, sure.
That way everybody can see it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Be comfortable with it.
Yeah, I wasn't sure that he just said it could be pending. That's fine.
All right. So what are we doing, Senator Jones?
I've got a substitute I'm going to offer.
Okay. Secretary read and receive the substitute.
I got plenty of copies.
You ain't give me one.
How about that one? Single sided.
Mr. President, is it within the rules? I'm really talking to both y'all, but I just had to get you the acknowledgement. Is it in the rules that if it's going to be pending, that you can ask for it to be read and then it stay pending, so we'll know what it says? You can't do that? I mean, I'll tell you why I'm asking. I thought we got the amendment ready to know what we voting on the amendment. We're not voting, I know, but to know what it is, you don't do it, don't do that.
Let me do this real quick. Let me let him, cool, let me let him read it real quick so we can get on it.
Oh, okay.
Right here?
Okay.
Substitute for Senate Bill 274 by Senator Jones.
All right, so now we're on the substitute.
All right, y'all want to yield for questions?
No, I mean, you want to tell us about what the difference in the substitute?
So the only difference in the substitute, the Department of Revenue, they had a concern with the consumer price index, okay? Because it may go up 3% this year, 5%. So they didn't want to be coming every couple of years and adjusting it. So what we agreed on was every 4 years, it can be adjusted to the nearest $100. So if once it reaches enough, you know, then from 500 we go to 600. So we're not getting like 527 or some weird number like that. We're going to the nearest $100, and then that's every 4 years instead of every 2 years. And that's all that does.
It doesn't do nothing else but that now.
Nothing else but that.
Now I'm trusting you.
Yes, sir.
I just want you to know that now. This is a trust in what you're telling me.
I appreciate your trust.
And I'm going to reciprocate back. You can, you know, I don't have any problem with you asking for us to adopt it.
Okay.
And we can take a vote on it. I don't have then if you request it, carry it over to college chair, that'd be fine.
Yes, sir. I'll ask for adoption of the substitute using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
35 ayes, 0 nays. The Senator Jones substitutes adopted.
Mr. President, at this point, I'll move to carry this bill over to the call of the chair.
All right, any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered. Senate Bill 274 is carried over to call of the chair. Thanks, Senator Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 65 of the calendar, Senate Bill 337 by Senator Albritton regarding appropriations. BR pending.
Mr. President.
Senator Albritton.
Move passage of the BIR using previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
35 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 65 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 337 by Senator Albritton regarding supplemental appropriations.
Mr. President.
Senator Albritton.
Thank you. This is a supplemental appropriation. This is separate from normal budgetary process because this is dealing with the opioid funds. We received an opioid settlement, and we have received a first tranche of money that was $30 million. What this bill does is after we have had committees, meetings, and hearings and such over the last few months, is this is appropriating that $30 million. And most of the $30 million, more than $20 million, is going to the Department of Mental Health, as it should. And then we have another portions, a large chunk going to the Board of Pardons and Paroles. Then we have 3 smaller apportionments, if you will, one going to the Department of Corrections, one going to the Department of Public Health, and one going to the University of Alabama, and one going to Auburn University. So that's the breakdown. If there's any questions, I would entertain questions.
May I be recognized?
You're recognized.
Okay, dialogue. Senator, let me say this first. I want to commend you for bringing this. I think that it's outstanding what we're trying to do for mental health. You know, I think you've heard me talk enough, you know, about that to know that I'm on cue with that. I can remember, I forgot the lady name that was over mental health, but I had the pleasure of the body help me. We got a $15 million for, you know, they needed some for what we were doing. I admire that. In fact, the truth be told, I had seen this bill, I think when you first put it in, and I said I was gonna commend him that to take this money, and I mean use it directly for what it's supposed to be and need to be used. That's what you've done in this bill. I mean, I just want to say that to you. That's what you've done.
Well, let me. The chairman of the committee that developed this was a Representative Rex Reynolds, and he and a number of other members, one of which was. Well, anyway, we had several folks that were on that. So my part was very, very small in this. I just get to play the picture part. Okay.
Well, you're very nice and kind, but no, you know, hey, when you're the man, your part is big in this, and that's why you're standing up there. But so I just wanted to say, I think it's good. You did a good job. I think you all did, if you want me to say it that way, did a good job. It's going to go to what the cause is. Let me ask you just one other question. What was our total settlement? I know it comes in increments, and we don't have this on hand, but what's the total settlement portion that we would get as a state?
We don't know. I'll say it that way because the settlements aren't completely in. There's several entities and businesses and companies that are involved with different lawsuits. And this is simply the first one that has had a settlement come in. And then that's apportioned out per state and otherwise. I think the number, and I may be way off on this because it's been a while since I've looked at that, Senator, but it's somewhere 150 million or more that may be coming in, maybe double that, but that's somewhere where we are.
I got you.
Significant monies that will be coming in as we go.
Hope I didn't pay. Oh, you go on. I'm gonna yield back to you.
Okay.
I'm through.
Oh, you're done? Okay.
You've answered my questions. It's back on you.
Okay. Are you ready to go? Can I move for final?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Mr. President, I'd move for final passage, third reading of, where are we? SB 337, using the long roll.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton.
Aye.
Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shillnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman.
Aye.
Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 337 passes. Thank you, Senator Albritton.
Mr. President.
Senator Reed.
Mr. President, thank you so much. I'm receiving all kinds of information here. We've had a good day today. We've had different activities going on that are important to this body. I think the feedback that I've gotten from a number of our members is that we're going to need to have a recess time for our members to be able to go to their respective caucus locations for some conversation and discussion related to issues that we're working on and dealing with. And so at the appropriate time, and I think my colleague has something that he wishes to say. I see his hand up there, but I'm going to be in a position where I'm going to offer a motion for recess at the call of the chair.
Okay.
And then I also have one moment of personal privilege on something that I need to say that is very important.
Okay. All right.
To me.
Okay.
You want to go?
You go. I'm going to have the last word.
Oh, good. Just as long when we come back, I have the furs.
You're going to be fine, Senator. When I say what I'm about to say, you're going to understand.
I will. I just wanted to say that when we come back, if it's appropriate, because I don't know, what your plans for us are, but if it is, I would like for us to finish this, because it was not my intent by no means for us not to finish it. And I got senators on here that's got some bills on here that I don't want their bills hung up, because that was not my intent to do that. And so at whatever point we come back, based on what we have to do when we come back, before we leave, I would request that we finish this calendar.
And I hear you, Senator, and I appreciate that. And it is my intention that we finish this calendar as well. And there are other elements there that I know are important to members throughout the body. So it will be the intent to have a time of recess, have conversation as we all need to do and do routinely amongst our caucuses, and then come back to work on the calendar will be my intent.
All right, thanks, Senator Smithman. All right, Senator, you want a moment of personal privilege?
Yes, sir.
You're recognized.
Before I make that motion for our recess, today I am married to the most beautiful woman on the earth for 36 years. And my sweetheart is visiting with her parents in Walker County, Alabama. And I'm here with my great friends and colleagues. So I think she is listening to the broadcast just for me to say, sweetheart, I love you, and I'll see you soon. But with that, Mr. President.
Mitzi, if you're watching out there, we're glad to have Senator Reed with us. We plan on keeping him up late tonight.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah. I make a motion that we stand adjourned at the call of the chair. Excuse me, recess at the call of the chair.
All right, you heard any objection? All right, we stand at recess, the call of the chair.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, the Senate is back in session. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 8 of the calendar, House Bill number 46 by Representative Moore regarding volunteer rescue squads. BR pending.
Mr. President, move adoption of the BR using previous rule.
All right. Any objection to using the previous roll? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. All right, Secretary, call the bill.
On page 8 of the calendar, House Bill number 46 by Representative Moore regarding volunteer rescue squads.
Mr. President, I'd move third reading, call the wrong roll, please.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
31. All right, 31 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 46 passes. All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 23 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 226 by Senator Allen regarding motor vehicles, BR pending.
Mr. President.
Senator Allen.
I'd like to move to pass the BR using previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
(32 ayes, 0 nays). The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 23 of the calendar, Senate Bill 226 by Senator Allen regarding motor vehicles.
Mr. President.
Senator Allen.
I move the table of the committee amendment.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The committee amendment's tabled. All right, Senator Allen.
Mr. President, I have a substitute.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the substitute, please.
Substitute for Senate Bill 226 by Senator Allen.
Yes, sir. Let me explain the substitute. This substitute includes committee amendment added from Aaliyah and ALDOT. In other words, the original bill that we had in committee we went through a very lengthy discussion and process on this piece of legislation. In fact, the genesis of this legislation started in January, this past January, and we finally got to a point where we received the last amendment this morning. And so that's why that created the substitute like it was, and the amendment that was tabled is added in the substitute, so it's still there. Also, the amendment to strengthen the insurance requirements for autonomous vehicles is in the bill as well. And so this is a legislation that has been recommended by the automobile manufacturing industry. As you know, we have major manufacturers in Alabama. We have MBUSI, we have Hyundai, we have Honda. So we have 50,000 Alabamians work in this industry. Of course, we built 1.3 million vehicles per year. And anyway, we need to make sure that we have the appropriate regulatory framework in place to continue to foster innovation and investment in this industry. Also, this bill creates a regulatory framework for operating vehicles equipped with an automated driving system and autonomous vehicles to be operated in this state. The bill requires these vehicles to comply with both state and federal motor vehicle laws. Liability for traffic accidents is determined in accordance with the state and federal laws. When you look around the Southeast, Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, Mississippi, North Carolina, Tennessee, and Texas have similar laws regulating autonomous vehicles. In fact, Kentucky recently became the latest state with a similar autonomous vehicle law. So we have addressed this very clearly with ALEA, with ALDOT, and with the committee amendment in which we addressed already in the bill, in the substitute, by the way. So I do have an amendment.
Senator Allen, we're on the substitute right now.
Okay.
I think that we need to, have we adopted it?
Okay.
Yeah, we need to take action on the substitute.
Okay, I move to adopt the substitute use in previous role without objection.
Did you want to speak on the substitute? All right, you're recognized.
Good.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
Senator Allen, if you would, what prompted this bill to start with?
What prompted this?
Yes.
The industry at large. We have Mercedes, we have Hyundai, we have Honda. All of these manufacturers has autonomous equipment on their vehicles, so it's coming.
Okay.
So that's what generated this piece of legislation.
Okay, the manufacturers that are located in the state, do you know if they're opposed or in favor of this legislation?
Who's this now?
The automobile manufacturers in the state, do you know if they're in favor or against this legislation?
You talking about the automobile makers? I didn't hear you.
The automobile makers in the state?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if they're in favor?
They're all on board, yes, sir.
Okay.
This is their piece of legislation, yes, sir.
And will this cause any undue expense to them in any way?
As far as new expenses for what now?
No, in the producing of the vehicles.
Repeat your question.
In producing the vehicles, any additional expense in the manufacturing?
No, sir.
Okay. All right.
It's a good question. Thank you.
All right, Senator Hatcher, do you want to be recognized?
No, I'm waiting for the amendment.
Okay. All right. So on the substitute, we're on it. Do you want to move for adoption?
Yes, to move the adoption using previous role.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
32 ayes, 0 nays. The Senator Allen substitutes adopted. All right, Senator Allen.
I do have an amendment.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the amendment.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Amendment to Senate Bill 226 by Senator Allen. Replace line 153 on page 6 with the following. The operator of an ADS-equipped vehicle when all of the following apply.
Mr. President.
Senator Allen.
Let me just make a brief comment about the amendment. Actually, it's just a technical issue here. As you would say on page 6, line 153, line 53 in the bill itself, it says the operator of an ADS equipped vehicle when. And what the amendment says is this, it says the operator of a ADS equipped vehicle when all of the following apply. So that's what the amendment says. Mr. President, I move the passage of the amendment using previous rule.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Okay,
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, 0 nays. The Senator Allen amendment's adopted. Senator Allen.
Mr. President, unless there are any further comments, I move the passage using the previous rule. Mr. President.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 226 passes. Thank you, Senator Allen.
Mr. President, thank you, sir.
All right. Let's see. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 59 of the calendar, House Bill 335 by Representative Hill regarding tax lien auctions and sales. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BR using the previous rule.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
All right, 33 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
Page 59 of the calendar, House Bill number 335 by Representative Hill relating to tax lien auctions.
Mr. President.
Senator Chambliss.
Mr. President, this is a bill. We've already passed this bill through the Senate. This is the House version of the bill. And Representative Hill, as I would say, is the daddy of the bill. I was just carrying the House companion bill. So, Senator, if you'll talk a minute, I got pulled away and I don't have my notes with me, but if you'll talk just a second, let me get my notes.
Thank you, Senator. Yeah, I remember as we passed your bill in committee what this was accomplishing, and I think it's well thought out. But I did have some questions when you get back to ask about the fees here. That's the part I didn't remember. And so I wanted to try and understand that a little bit better and then further understand the prohibitions that are mentioned here as well and the penalties. So
yes, sir.
That's what I was trying to
the fees
press me on that.
Currently, there, and from memory, but I can look it up, there are 3 separate and distinct fees in the process currently. What this bill does is it pulls those into a single fee. It's the same amount as all 3 of them put together, but it just simplifies the process. And you don't have to write 3 different checks at 3 different times going through the process.
So the title that would come as a result of this, is it, are there any redemption issues with this?
Remind me of the question, or?
The right of redemption periods for this when these are foreclosed upon? And those are the normal? As tax liens come?
Yes, sir. So I'm sorry. Under the existing law, all the tax liens representing unpaid and delinquent taxes on real property are subject to the tax lien auction or the tax lien sale. So anyway, this right now, this defines the time. In the past, it could be any time and that sort of thing. This defines the time. Anyway, the fees, the total amount remains consistent.
That answers my question. Thank you, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you. With that, Mr. President, I move final passage using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 335 passes.
Mr. President.
Senator Reed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have some House messages. I'd like to take those messages.
All right, Secretary, call the first House message.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has concurred in and adopted the report of the Committee on Conference on the disagreement of the two houses on the Senate amendment to the bill. House Bill number 151, a proposed constitutional amendment relating to lotteries.
Mr. President.
Senator Albritton.
We don't have a BIR on anything on this, do we? No, we don't have BIR. We just have a motion to concur.
That's correct.
On this one, and I would make that motion to concur, but I would entertain any thoughts or discussions that we may need to deal with, if we have those. Okay. And please keep in mind, we've been here for a while, and I'm still in my cowboy boots, and it's late, and I'm old. So. Have at it.
You're still handsome and a heck of a leader, though, sir.
All right.
What I'd say to that.
You're so kind.
All right,
President.
so you yield?
I yield.
Okay.
Yes,
all right, Senator Roberts, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This has been through a very arduous process, probably off and on the last 6 years since I've had the privilege to be here. And as we talked earlier, this is, it's a vote that I think all of us take very seriously as we contemplate this for the first time in our state, that it's been this close to coming to fruition. I've searched my heart, I've searched everything about me, and I'm unable to be with us, with the body, what has been moved so far. I voted no the last time, and I will on this as well. And I do it as I look out, and I try to look at the horizon for me, and as I look at our family. And I've got 8 grandchildren who'll be coming along and hopefully growing up, being fully educated here in this state, and then living. And so many times I see in other states and municipalities that there will be ads run, or there will be this or that done, and maybe it shows a poor area of our state, and then advertising for a lottery, and then this is your ticket out. So we are mainly moving the lottery in particular on the backs of those less fortunate. For many, the choice to buy a ticket or not is not a big deal, but for others and many, it's a large way. And if it's being bought, it's what I said the first time we talked about this, this is selling hope $3 at a time, or do a scratch off and get something. And that I'm not in favor of putting the state in a position where we are going toward our people, selling hope $3 a time when we work so hard on workforce development and other issues. So I cannot be with us unfavorable on this, but I respect the work that's gone into this tremendously. And I've seen our group come together under your leadership and several others to put together what I think is the best bill that I've ever seen while I've served, and it's comprehensive in many ways, but also think that's its downfall as well. So I am vehemently opposed to this, unable to support but I lose no respect for those who see this differently. But I don't think 10 or 20 years from now, Alabama will be better as a result of us passing this constitutional amendment, which will be at a determined date as we put here. So it's with that I would just say I cannot be with you, with our body on that tonight, and will not be in favor of this in the future. But I appreciate the work, the hours and hours of negotiation that have gone on to make this night possible. But I just don't think it's best in the long run for our state. I too hate all the illegal stuff that's going on currently now, and it's a cancer. I see the need to enforce that, and we've talked about multiple ways of doing that, and there are problem after problem after problem. And I do think the vast majority of our voters want the right to vote on this, so I don't want to deprive them of that. But I think in the long run, it's not best for us or our state or the generations that we work so hard on education dollars and general fund dollars to appropriate those wisely to make this move to deal with this issue. So I appreciate that, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. I respect you greatly. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. I would make a couple of comments, if I may, Mr. President. There's a lot of, continue to be lots of misinterpretations about what we're doing and not doing. This is not the state condoning. This is not the state providing access to things that's not there. This is a matter of trying to control matters. We already have lotteries are all around us. People are traveling to play in the lotteries. We know that. We are under great, I would suggest, pressure from our population, our people, to bring an action so that we can be participants in that which they are already participating in. We also have, we and ourselves have created local constitutional amendments and other things allowing gaming, and have done this for decades. The difficulty is that the industry has progressed, technology has progressed, and we have no controls over all those things that are being conducted. Sports gaming, other gaming is going on. This is our first and best attempt at being able to control the actions and to be able to control an industry that we right now are letting run wild. And I'll yield to my friend across the way.
Mr. President.
Yeah, Senator Singleton.
I want to thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank the body that a lot of work has gone into this. You know, I listened to my colleague over here who talked about his search his heart. He was a no vote all the time, so that didn't surprise me. So being a no vote all the time and that grandiose speech didn't surprise me, but we have an opportunity right now, because I know back in 21, we took a vote out of this body and sent the vote down to the House. And we said to the House that we would not vote again on this unless you started in the House and sent us a bill. The House sent us a bill in the first bill with a mandate of about 70 plus votes at that time. And it was a mandate. It was more than the 63 votes that they need to barely get by. So we got the bill up here, and once we got it, we decided that we were going to take this bill and we demolished it. We really demolished it and sent it back down. We go to conference, and again tonight, the House sends us another mandate on the CA and on the enabling legislation. You know, Mr. Chairman, if you would, I think that we need to try to go on and explain to the body what's in these bills, even though it is, so that we can talk about what it is in these bills so we can get on the real deal.
I concur with that,
yes.
Senator.
And what I'm going to do is ask the gentleman from Coleman to come over, who was a part of the committee, along with you and I, to come over and explain what's in this particular bill out to the public over these airways, if the gentleman was so we can get to a point to where we can actually have a vote.
Concur.
You know, I'm not here to try to filibuster anything, because we could talk. I understand that this is unlimited debate here, right? And so what we'll do is we'll get to a point to where we give this thing a up and down vote. Either people made up their mind now or they haven't. It is what it is. I know that there are parties that are out there who don't want this. That always has happened. You're always going to have people who don't want it. And there are parties who have interest in it. If I were to put them in the bill, they would be in the bill. They would be all right with it. They're just not satisfied, so you're not going to satisfy everybody. And I'm okay with that because, you know, this is not a perfect bill. I can find a million things wrong with it, but I'm willing to give the people of the state of Alabama the right to vote. The right to vote. And I know that you and I have spent a lot of hours on this. And you know, Senator, you and I spent hours way before 2021.
Yes, sir, we did.
I can remember when you first got elected back over in the Senate, you and I were meeting over in Prattville at little restaurants that we were meeting. I would drive from my home, you would come from Mobile, we would meet in Prattville, you and I, talking about how we could put together a gaming piece of legislation. You and I go that far back.
We do.
And nobody knows anything about those meetings until I'm exposing it right here tonight.
And then we also had the opportunity at these two podiums of arguing about local CAs on opposite sides of one another.
Exactly.
Trying to find a path so that we could get a control of matters rather than doing this piecemeal over and over and over again, creating a larger difficulty and problem.
Exactly. And so here we are, standing in that twilight zone, at that crossroad, right here, right now, where the rubber meets the road. We can't run from it. Running from it won't save you. You got to see it through. I was told that when you're up against the trouble, you meet it squarely face to face. You lift your chin, you set your shoulder, you plant your feet, you take a brace. When it's vain to try to dodge it, you do the best that you can do. You may fail or you may conquer, but you got to see it through. You got to see it through.
Yes, sir.
Even hope may seem but futile, with trouble you'll be set. Just remember you're facing what other men and women have already met.
Yes, sir.
If you may fail, fall still fighting. Don't give up whatever you do. Head high to the finish and see it through. Bunyard Kipling. Okay? So, the poet, see it through. So, if you allow yourself, we're here in this moment to understand where we are in this moment. We've been, Senator, where you and I have never been before. You know, I was just watching basketball just the other night, and the Minnesota Timberwolves, and the young man from Georgia, who's the star athlete on the Timberwolves team, they asked him, say, you know, usually a team that's up 3-0, someone has never won in 150 games, and what do you think about this? How does it feel? He said, I don't know how it feels because I've never been here before. He said, you can expect me to understand this process because for the last 2 years that I've been in the league, I've been beat and sent home. I've never been here before, so I don't know how it feels. And they said, well, what are your plan to do from here? He said, just to kill everybody in front of me. Because he want to win. That's what winners do. So we're at this crossroad that we've never been here before. We've never had these number of votes that we had a bill to go out, come back, go up, come back, go to conference, and come out with something. You and I have never been here before.
We haven't. We've never had this opportunity, but we've always brought it back. It's always been here. This is a continual effort that we've had. This has been a continual searching and working through things, trying to find a path that we could get. Like you said, this is not a perfect bill, but this is a bill that has gotten the votes of the bodies.
Yes.
This is a bill that has the potential of becoming law if we allow it to this evening.
Yes.
That's where we are.
So I'm willing to make it a law this evening. So I'm going to yield, if you would allow me to yield to the gentleman who've been leading this on behalf of those of us in the Senate. You and I have been at those meetings, and I want to yield to the senator from Coleman because he has been the lead person for the Senate as we've gone through this process. Even though you've been the one who carried the bill, I know you couldn't be there yesterday. So he led it. So I want him to come and explain thoroughly to the body and the public what we have in the bill. If the president would allow me, I want to yield to the gentleman from coming.
Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Gudger.
Thank you. If it's all right with me, I'd like to have dialogue back and forth if we want to.
Certainly be happy to.
But that'd be great. We have been a long road on this particular bill, and from almost fist fighting to looking at each other and then patting each other on the back and being together. But in the end, I appreciate everything that we've been through, and we're stronger today because of what we've been through and your leadership. And so, Senator Albritton, I just want to tell you thank you.
Well, I appreciate your expertise, your determination, the talents that you have that you brought in to lay these out in an organized way and to be able to find the paths that we can give and take and move and find the path that can get the votes. That's what this is coming about. Not only how to best set it up, how best to organize it, but also how best to get the votes that we can to survive.
Got it. Well, thank you for all you
if you don't mind, Senator, go ahead and start out and tell us some of the things. Now, we are simply on the CA at this point, 151, HB 151, dealing with this. This is the one that's going to require 21 votes in this body to move it forward. So, Senator, if you don't mind, go ahead and begin.
Thank you, Senator. This particular bill, first of all, authorizes an Alabama education lottery. There was a lot of questions on where that went to and how it was going to be funded and where the money was going, but in the end, it was an Alabama education lottery. 100% of the proceeds from the lottery will be going towards education. Second, it authorizes electronic games of chance at 7 locations contained in the Senate passed bill, which are Greene County, Jefferson County, Macon County, and Mobile, plus the bingo halls located in Greene County, Houston County, and Lowndes County.
If I might, I want to point out those are 7 locations that are already in existence, already set up by this legislature to be in existence and be in operations. What we're doing at this point is identifying those. We're not expanding or increasing the number. This is it. This is all there is. And now we're defining what actions all of them would take and be able to do, which would be a unified way, not split out in the way it is now.
That is correct.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I wanted to make sure.
No, please do. That's fine. And then, having said that, of these 7, there's over approximately 18 large ones and then 71 kind of hidden throughout this whole state, and we're getting rid of that illegal gaming through this also, bringing it down to 7 locations.
Correct.
This also requires the governor to enter in negotiations for a compact with the Porch Band of Creek Indians limited to in-person activities on lands held in trust prior to February 6, 2024. Next is, it does not authorize anything with sports betting in this particular bill at all. Last, it repeals the local bingo CAs that are going to be effective September 30th, 2026, and gives new gambling commission authority over them until that is repealed.
Now let's talk about that for a minute and explain that, because what we have is a commission that's going to be set up, be voted on in August of this year, and we believe it will pass. But if it passes in our CA, that repeals the others that set these other 7 places up.
That's correct.
I think there's 18 of them that it'll repeal all those.
Right.
Now, if it repeals, but the commission is not operation, what controls are in place for those activities? So why we put these dates in here is that allows, and further on you'll see, that the commission will become operational. The commission will become the arbiter and the controlling factor of all the locals functioning under the existing law. The repeal doesn't take place until subsequently. All right?
Right.
So that means that there is no break in the operations, there's no misfunction, and nothing moving nefariously, if you will, but simply gaining control over it, and then when they are repealed, is a smooth transition.
That's correct. And we thought through the timing that we put all of this in, there was going to be a gap, how to bridge that gap by the time that the Gaming Commission got set up and then also got confirmed, which was very important to some of our colleagues. That will be done, that money will be going through the Department of Revenue to make sure it goes back out instead of the charities going back out to the fire and the police of those particular counties. Next is also prohibits future local gambling amendments. So any local bills dealing with gambling is not going to be able to be allowed anymore. It would end up being a statewide CA.
That's how we got here in the first place.
Correct.
Is allowing local CAs to be the governing factor there. So that's very wise to put this in so that we don't recreate the same problem.
You are correct. That kind of gives an overview of HB 151, but again, I want to go back to the 18 local CAs and then also the over 71 bingo halls throughout the whole state. All of those will be shutting down except for 7 that is named in this particular HB 151. So we're getting rid of the illegal gaming all over the state. And then as we go into the enabling, we'll talk a little bit more about that.
I think that's great. I think that's great. Is that about it on the CA?
Yes, sir.
The CA is approximately, what, 11 pages long?
11 pages.
And we've, if there's any other questions, do we have any other questions to?
Senator Shelnut.
Thank you. I'd just like to dialogue with my colleague over there.
You're recognized.
I think you know where I stand on this.
And I appreciate your stance. You've always been a solid yes.
Yeah, I'm going to keep to my nickname that Senator Coleman gave me. You know, I'll be a shall not. And I just don't think this is the right thing for the state. And so I just wanted you to know where I'm at, and I'll continue to be there.
Well, if I might, Senator, do you think the state should not gain control of this industry?
Yes, I think they should gain control of it.
All right.
It is an illegal activity. We should enforce our current laws.
I concur with that. Would you have an objection to setting up an enforcement arm that could actually perform those duties?
Well, we have an enforcement arm that could already do that. They're choosing not to.
Well, therein lies part of the problem. Part of that's finances, part of that is legalistic and other things. They can't enforce a law when it's already supposedly legal under some function. This would cure all that. Do you have an objection to that?
I do not.
Okay.
But I appreciate all the hard work that you and Senator Goodrow.
Am I convincing you yet?
No, you won't.
Okay.
You know, you're not going to, but hey, good try. I thank you for trying, though. But I just want to let you know that I will be a no.
I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Shelnut.
President.
Senator Gudger.
Thank you, and I also appreciate Senator Shelnut's comments there, and I'm excited about his future vote here in a minute, I believe. But at this time, I believe we're ready for a vote, and I will give the honors.
I think the motion I'd make at this point is a motion to concur to the House Conference Committee.
Conference Committee.
Using long roll?
I would like to use previous roll, but I think I'm...
All right. Okay. All right, Secretary.
Long roll.
All right, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. No. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Conley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
20 ayes, 15 nays. Conference committee fails. No, right? No, I'm sorry. Oh. No, this is. Yeah, the conference committee fails.
No, the
Right.
conference committee report is adopted. Now they have to repass the bill.
Okay.
Are we able to make a motion to carry this over? Make a motion to carry this over?
All those in favor, say aye. All right, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, bill's carried over. Yeah. All right, bill's carried over. Okay. All right, Secretary.
Are there any more? You got a second.
We want to hold the enabling act. And then let's, that's right.
Bill 89, Sarah. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has amended, as therein shown and is amended, has passed the following Senate bill and returns same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 89 relating to crimes and offenses by Senator Smitherman. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President.
Smitherman.
I would ask the body to concur with the amendment from the House and ask what, you want to do long roll? All right, let's do long roll.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton.
This is the bill for the folks loitering on the freeway.
Mr. Allen.
What is this?
Loitering on the freeway.
Oh.
Mr. Barfoot.
Loitering on the freeway.
Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Conley.
This is the bill for the lottery. You know, loitering, you know, the people.
Mr. Chambliss.
Oh, loitering. I wish it was the lottery, but it's loitering on the highway.
Ms. Coleman.
I'm an aye, Marshal.
And the House put an amendment on it, giving their definition of what it is.
Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
$32 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate concurs.
Thank you, members.
Thanks, Senator Smitherman. All right, Secretary, call the next message.
You got a copy of that.
Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and as amended has passed the following Senate bill and returned same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 268 relating to Mobile County by Senator Williams. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Yeah, I concur with what they've sent down, but this is just a local bill on our sheriff department to qualifications, having a 5-year serving on the police force of some kind, and it's just a pretty simple bill. So I concur. I don't know what else.
All right, you move to concur. Would you like to use previous roll?
Yes.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
It's going to be a few minutes.
32 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate concurs. Thanks, Senator Williams. All right. Secretary, call the next House message. Is there another one?
Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and as amended has passed the following Senate bill and returns same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 101 relating to the Board of Heating and Air Conditioning and Refrigeration Contractors by Senator Kelly. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President.
All right, Senator Kelly.
Yes, we want to concur.
Can you explain, excuse me, Mr. President, can you explain this bill a little bit to me?
Yeah, this is the one that the home builders were working on, the several organizations to take some of the journeymen out of the bill and have HVAC people be able to come in and hook up the heating and cooling units and things like that. We passed it out of the Senate, went down to the House, and we did some language in there that removed some of the requirements for the electrical to get the electrical contractors on board and some of the HVAC people on board.
This makes it simpler for them to be able to do their job. And
yes, sir, put in the HVAC units simpler and other things like that. Mr. President, move we concur.
All right. Using previous roll?
Using previous roll without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Thank you.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
Thirty-three ayes, 0 nays. The Senate concurs. Thanks, Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. Secretary, call the next House message.
Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and as amended has passed the following Senate bill and returned same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 210 by Senator Smitherman relating to juveniles. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President.
Senator Smitherman.
I'd like to, how many more do we have to do messages? Huh? Okay. Just for a minute, can I do that? Because I want to just be sure what the amendment is, that's all.
That's what I was going to ask.
I just, so I can tell y'all exactly what it is. That's why I want to do this. So can we do that just for a minute? Call
Carry it
the
over.
chair.
You can carry it over. We just did that.
Call the chair.
Yeah, so if you carry it over, it goes back in the basket. So just a normal carryover.
Just carry it over because I want to review it, just to see what they actually did.
Make the motion?
Yeah, I'd like to just make a motion just to carry it over.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, Senate Bill 210 is carried over. Thanks, Senator Smitherman. All right, Secretary, call next House message.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 180 by Representative Shirey and others relating to Mobile County has been referred to the Committee on Local Legislation, Mobile County. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 405 by Representative Clark and others relating to municipal housing authorities is referred to the Committee on Finance, Taxation, General Fund. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill 451 by Representative Bolton relating to location monitoring is referred to the Committee on Veterans and Military Affairs. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 331 by Representative Woods and others relating to public K-12 education is referred to the Committee on Education Policy. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
What?
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 406 by Representative Clark and others relating to county housing authorities is referred to the Committee on Finance, Taxation, General Fund. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill 197 by Representative Brown relating to the Department of Mental Health is referred to the Committee on Veterans and Military Affairs. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 300. Education. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 195 by Representative DuBose regarding sex education in public K-12 schools is referred to the Committee on Education Policy. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 36 by Representative Ensler relating to firearms is referred to the Judiciary Committee. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 480 by Representative Crawford regarding Limestone County is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 478 by Representative Hammett regarding Covington County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill 443 by Representative Robbins regarding the city of Childersburg in Talladega County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 482 by Representative Woods and Wadsworth regarding Walker County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and as amended has passed the following Senate bill and returns same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 210 by Senator Smitherman relating to juveniles. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President.
Senator Smitherman.
To explain to everyone, this is the bill that deals with concurrent jurisdiction for juveniles who are part of the military with our state courts. And the House changed one word in it from saying juveniles, they changed it to children. So that's the only change from what we voted out of here. So if Senator, you kind of, do you need for us?
Just kind of explain it to me. I
Sure.
really don't understand what.
I will. What it is that you would, because the military is federal, then if they had some violations, then it could either have to go to the military tribune or to a federal tribune. And in this case, it's allowing, under certain cases and certain charges, to allow the state court to be able to address that, where that base is and where they're living, in that area. So that gives them, put them in a better position. It allows to be handled on a local level in a local manner. And of course, those are the people who really are familiar with what took place. And so it's just better off for the young people and give them a better opportunity, to succeed. So.
Stay in our state.
Cut your mic, I didn't hear you.
I said, stay in our state. They come here, they stay here, the military.
Say that one more time.
I said, the military, they come here and stay here then, and
yeah,
it's just good for them.
Yeah. So that's what they're trying to do there, and that goes with that pack of military bills we had when we had like that. I call it Military Day. It was one of them, and of course that was a package of bills that Lieutenant Governor was sponsoring and pushing as it relates to our military, and this was just one of those bills in that packet that we were working with.
I appreciate your dialoguing with me.
Thank you, Senator, very much. If there's no other questions or comment, I'd ask for concurrence of their amendment or adoption or the acceptance of their amendment and for passage, and ask do we have a good previous roll? Huh? Yes, I ask unanimous consent to use previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate concurs.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you,
Senator
members.
Smitherman. You want to do the final bill on the calendar? All right, Secretary, call the last bill on the calendar.
On page 9 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 135 by Senator Jones and others regarding veterans. Substitute pending.
Thank you, Mr. President. The substitute was offered last time, so I'm going to move adoption. We have a good roll.
Looks like we're on the substitute.
Yeah, I'll move to adopt the substitute.
Okay.
We have a decent
We do have a good roll.
Okay. Previous roll with no objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
33 ayes. 33 ayes, 0 nays. The Senator Jones substitute's adopted. All right, Senator Jones.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. Just been asked to kind of discuss the bill a little bit. We've got some things working on some other important issues, as you can imagine. So I'll just try my best at, I'm always cautious. You don't want to talk your bill to death, but when you're asked to talk about it and give some time, then it's kind of a fine line to tread. But I will note that all members have a couple letters on their desk about the bill, and the fact that it is supported by both the Department of Veterans Affairs and the Department of Mental Health, as well as the community providers. My understanding that the House companion just a couple hours ago passed out of the House unanimously, with all members voting in favor of the legislation. So this is a substitute that you're looking at here. It basically sets up pilot projects and a steering committee for veterans' mental health. It's a bill that we've been working on for a couple months, negotiating the finer points. I appreciate the Department of Mental Health. I appreciate the Department of Veterans Affairs, the community providers, Representative Brown and others for that's going to look at veterans' mental health, look at what all is being done, look at best practices, and establish recommendations and some ongoing review for some pilot projects. This is very important. Veterans and members of their immediate families make up about 25% of Alabama's population. So veterans' mental health care is extremely important. So I'll just, since we've got some time, be happy to read some portions of these letters here. So I'll start with one from the Veterans Affairs, and it talks about over the last several years, the Department of Veterans Affairs has been working to raise awareness regarding well-being crisis within the veteran community. Veterans in Alabama face disproportionately high rates of suicide, substance use disorder, including impacts from opioids and other well-being issues. We've appreciated the support of the Alabama legislature, other state and federal agencies, and our private sector partners in these efforts. We appreciate, speaking of another bill, Representative Neil Rafferty in sponsoring the legislation that originally formed the Task Force on Veteran Suicide. His participation along with other public officials on Alabama's challenge to prevent suicide among Alabama service members, veterans, and their families. That organization has hosted town halls throughout Alabama, developed and distributed information packets, developed public service announcements aired on both TV and radio, and leveraged billboards, social media, and other marketing venues to raise awareness of the issues and the resources available to those in need. We also appreciate efforts of Senator Andrew Jones and Representative Chip Brown in their efforts to increase the care available to veterans and their families. They have worked with a number of key players to include ADVA and veterans to craft legislation to provide services tailored to address the needs of this community. They've been careful to ensure these services are not a replacement for already available services, to include any benefits available to veterans from the Federal Department of Veterans Affairs, but a supplement to augment and enhance those vital services. We hope this is merely the first step in improving veteran well-being programs in Alabama. So with these strong partnerships, we continue to advocate for tailored services designed to improve the well-being of Alabama veterans. So that's one of the letters there. So just going back and reading from the sub as we're working here, this bill would authorize the Department of Mental Health to work collaboratively with the Department of Veterans Affairs to develop a comprehensive plan dedicated to the care, treatment, and recovery of Alabama veterans' behavioral health needs. This bill would require the proposed plan to ensure that there is integration or coordination between the care of substance use disorders and other mental health conditions for those veterans who experience both, and for integration or coordination between care for behavioral health conditions and other components of health care for Alabama veterans. So looking at the bill here, we got some definitions of different things, such as what PTSD is, what behavioral health care is, TBI, or traumatic brain injury, and then we get into the legislative findings, which discuss how the Department of Mental Health is lead agency for the Act, the expert in several areas, including knowledge and expertise in behavioral health care services, certifications and implementation of the Certified Community Behavioral Health Care Clinic, or CCBHC model, state and national standards of behavioral health care treatment and services, infrastructure and best practices needed to implement behavioral health care treatment, recovery, and prevention services. It talks about how ADVA, or the Department of Veterans Affairs, is the state's expert in several areas, including military experience and culture, relationships and trust with Alabama veterans, knowledge of veterans' state and federal benefits and resources, types of support needed for veterans to reintegrate into civilian life, Veterans Mental Health Steering Committee is established in the bill. Purpose of that is to develop a comprehensive plan to address behavioral and health needs of Alabama veterans. Here is the composition of the committee. Includes the Department of Mental Health Commissioner or his or her designee. They'll serve as chair of the committee. The Department of Veterans Affairs Commissioner or his or her designee, and that commissioner or the designee shall serve as vice chair. Department of Rehabilitation Services Commissioner or their designee. The Adjutant General of the Alabama National Guard or his or her designee. The legislative sponsor of HB 197 and SB 135 are their designee, after which, upon leaving the legislature, they will be replaced by the chairs of the Senate and House Veterans and Military Affairs Committee or their designees. Representatives of 2 veteran service organizations with expertise in mental health, substance use, peer support, other culturally competent care, appointed by the ADVA Commissioner, who shall serve for initial terms of 1 year and 3 years, respectively. Representatives of 1 other veteran support organization, appointed by the ADVA Commissioner, who shall serve for initial term of 4 years, respectively. 3 mental health and substance use providers certified by ADMH, who also serve veterans, appointed by the ADMH Commissioner, who shall serve for initial terms of 1, 2, and 3 years, respectively. The Associate Commissioner of the ADMH Division of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services shall serve as an ex officio non-voting member of the committee. The Veterans Wellbeing Program Manager of the Department of Veterans Affairs shall serve as an ex officio non-voting member of the committee. Then we've got the political appointees: Governor or his or her designee, Lieutenant Governor, their designee, Speaker of the House or designee, Pro Tem of the Senate or designee, Minority Leader of the House and the Senate or their designees. And then it has some language in here that all appointing authorities will coordinate appointments so that diversity of gender, race, and geographical areas are reflective of the makeup of this state. And to the extent practicable, appointing authorities are encouraged to prioritize appointments. Okay, if there are no other questions, I'm going to move, Mr. President, for final passage using the previous roll without objection.
Right. 33 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 135 passes. Thank
you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Jones.
Mr. President.
Senator Reed.
Mr. President, we've had quite a day. Lots going on. Got a lot of information that's been shared with our membership. There are topics we will continue to be working on and thinking about and talking amongst ourselves. I am confident we'll have this evening and tomorrow to do that. I'm going to now make a motion that we adjourn until 10 a.m. on Thursday, May 2nd.
All right, you heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We stand adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. President.